James Orenshaw. I'm the state senator for State Senate District 21. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I do believe we have a quorum. A few housekeeping measures I want to go over. Please be sure to mute your microphone when you're not speaking to try to minimize any background noise. Our committee policy analyst, Mr. Patrick Guinan, is going to call the roll. To the meeting of the interim, going to call the roll. Everyone who is connected via the internet to the meeting of the interim legislative committee on child welfare and juvenile justice. My name is James Orenshaw. I'm the state senator for State Senate District 21. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I do believe we have a quorum. A few housekeeping measures I want to go over. Please be sure to mute your microphone when you are not speaking to try to minimize any background noise. Our committee policy analyst, Mr. Patrick Guinan, is going to call the roll. Mr. Guinan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Guinan, committee policy analyst. Senator Kinsella.
Sorry, here.
Thank you. Senator Hammond.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hanson. Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Torres. Chair Orenshaw.
Present. Thank you, Mr. Guinan. Mr. Guinan, please mark any members who might be arriving after your roll call as present when they arrive. For anyone listening, I want to remind them that minutes of the meeting are produced in a summary format and are not verbatim. Meeting materials can be accessed on the committee's webpage. Anyone who would like to receive electronic notification of and access to the committee's agendas, minutes, and our final report can do so by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. The committee will be taking one vote today, and only one vote, to approve the minutes of our previous meeting, and we will conduct that vote by a roll call. There will be a public comment period at the beginning of the meeting and at the end of the meeting, which will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. This new virtual meeting format is important to keep everyone safe during this pandemic. And I want everyone to know that public comment may be provided in 4 different ways, all of which have been listed on the agenda. Anyone who wants to provide public comment can call via telephone at area code 669-900-6833 and enter the meeting ID 999-3261-7913. Public can also email comments to the following email address: childwelfarejuvenile, that's CHILDWELFAREJUVENILE, the @ lcb.state.nv.us. Public can send written comments via the mail to the Legislative Council Bureau Research Division, 401 South Carson Street, City, Nevada, zip code 8970-684-6600. With that, let's get started. I'd like to move to agenda item 2, public comment. As I said earlier, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Staff will time each speaker during public comment to ensure that everyone is given a fair opportunity to speak. An additional opportunity to make public comment will also be available at the end of the meeting. Legislative Council Bureau's Broadcast and Production Services staff will interact with anyone who wishes to make public comment and provide testimony to facilitate participation in the meeting. Staff in our Broadcast and Production Services, please add the first caller with public comment to the meeting. And for everyone watching, listening, there'll be a pause for us to get those calls in here.
Good morning, Chairman Orenshaw. The public comment line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to remind anyone listening or watching that there will be an opportunity for public comment also at the end of the meeting. Seeing that there's no one wishing to make public comment now, I'd like us to move to agenda item number 3, approval of the minutes for the meeting that was held on June the 19th, 2020. All members should have had access to the draft minutes, which have been posted on the committee's page, along with all other documents for this meeting. I would accept a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Hammond. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any discussion. Mr. Guinan, would you please take a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, Patrick Guinan, Committee Policy Analyst. This is the roll call vote to approve the minutes from June 19th. Senator Kinsella,
Yes.
Senator Hammond,
Yes.
Chair Orenshaw,
Yes.
Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Yes.
Concludes the vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guinan, and thank you, members. That motion passes unanimously. And now we will move on our agenda. And one sec. Move on to agenda item number 3. Pardon me, agenda item number 4. We have a presentation on juvenile justice issues in Nevada in relation to the committee's current study of juvenile detention in Nevada, pursuant to Assembly Bill 449 of the 2019 regular session. And we're very privileged to have two really tremendous practitioners here in Nevada, both from the South and the North, attorneys that I've known for many years and have the privilege of working with. We have Bridget Duffy, Director of the Juvenile Division, Office of the Clark County District Attorney. And we have Jolie Wicks, Chief Deputy District Attorney, Juvenile Division, Office of the Washoe County District Attorney. Hopefully you're connected, and if not, let us know if you need any help with technical issues, but we appreciate you being here.
I think I am. This is kind of a weird format, so I'm assuming you can see me. Good morning, Chair Orenshaw.
Good morning, Ms. Duffy. Good to see you.
Okay. And I see my counterpart, Ms. Wicks, is on. And then the other members of the committee, good morning. I don't see you. Weird, I can only see a big self of me. So I assume the rest of the committee is able to see and hear me at this time.
In relation to the committee's current study of juvenile detention in Nevada, pursuant to Assembly Bill 449 of the 2019 regular session. And we're very privileged to have two really tremendous practitioners here in Nevada, both from the South and the North, attorneys that I've known for many years and have the privilege of working with. We have Bridget Duffy, Director of the Juvenile Division, Office of the Clark County District Attorney. And we have Jolie Wicks, Chief Deputy District Attorney, Juvenile Division, Office of the Washoe County District Attorney. Hopefully you're connected, and if not, let us know if you need any help with technical issues, but we appreciate you being here.
I think I am. This is kind of a weird format, so I'm assuming you can see me. Good morning, Chair Orenshaw.
Good morning, Ms. Duffy. Good to see you.
Okay. And I see my counterpart, Ms. Wicks, is on. And then the other members of the committee, good morning. I don't see you. It's weird, I can only see a big self of me. So I assume the rest of the committee is able to see and hear me at this time.
I can see you. The members, if anyone is having a problem with either Ms. Duffy or Ms. Wicks, or if broadcast is noticing any difficulties, please let us know. But I see Ms. Duffy, and I think that we're okay.
You're good? So you're ready for me to start?
Chair Orenshaw, this is Senator Hammond. If you can inform Ms. Duffy that she can always reconfigure on that Zoom so that she can see all of us. So when I make a face, she'll know when I'm making a face.
Hold on, let me see.
I think you're better at Zoom than I am, Senator Hammond.
I'm actually watching it in the little chat room, so I see all the people waiting. I guess I'd have to pull up the other screen, right? To see everybody else.
And I can see you, Ms. Duffy. I can't see Ms. Wicks, but maybe that's because she's not speaking right now.
I think it's on speaker view. All right, so I don't want to, you have a very large agenda, so I don't want to hold it up trying to figure out technology because I'll be here for a long time. But good morning, Chair Orenshaw and members of the Interim Committee on Child Welfare and Juvenile Justice. I am Brenda Duffy. I am the Director of the Juvenile Division for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I am very honored to be here this morning in this one of the final meetings, I believe, of our interim session. And I'll allow Ms. Wicks to introduce herself.
Good morning, Chairman Orenshaw and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. My name is Joey Wicks. I am the Chief Deputy District Attorney for the Juvenile Division in Washoe County, and I've been in a juvenile prosecutor for approximately 21 years.
So first off, I would like to start by following up where I left off last meeting, which was in public comment. So I'm still sitting in my chair in my office at the DA's Juvenile Division because I put my career on the line with regard to a presentation in discussion about a young child that was in adult prison for stealing a cell phone. So as I had stated in public comment, I was highly concerned that my office would do anything like that. My division, I should say my division, I take full responsibility for the 9 delinquency deputies that report to me. And what I had discovered, which was what I suspected, is it wasn't just, there was a cell phone that was stolen involved. However, there was also firearms involved and other facts of that case. Not to mention, I was still unable to get the name of that child despite asking several times so that I could pull the case into a personal review. So I was unable to even get a response with the name of that child so that I could do that. But I at least feel more comfortable knowing that whatever the real facts of that case are, there was a firearm involved because I would know in my career I would not send a child to adult prison just for snatching somebody's cell phone. So I'm still sitting here today because I feel I honored what I said I would do, and that would put my career on the fact that there is way more.
Ms. Duffy, thank you very much for looking into that.
So there are 3 points that were made by Judge Walker at the last meeting that that stood out to me, and I wanted to start our presentation with, that really flow into AB 449 from last session. One was, he made a point about if we reduce the number of kids coming into the system, we will address our brick and mortar issues. That is a necessity, and we know our state's unprecedented economic crisis and budget cuts are already going to impact those number of beds. Second, he made a point about wanting our children to leave the system better than when they came into the system, and we want healthier children. And third, we need alternatives to detention. We need community-based programs because they are better than detention. Those 3 points from Judge Walker stood out to me. And I want to follow up with them on the perspective from the prosecutors on brick and mortar issues in AB 449. So point number 1, if we reduce the number of kids coming into our system, we're going to reduce the brick and mortar issues. That to me is the word prevention. And if we do prevent children from entering the juvenile justice system, we will prevent victims and we will keep our community safer. So we need early identification of needs and supportive services. So in AB 449, subsection 1C, it talks about our ability to provide programming to families and children. It talks about community engagement. So here in Clark County, with the support of this legislature, we have opened now 4 harbors. We opened our 4th one yesterday on the east side. Very, very proud of that. Despite our pandemic, we had a great ceremony and honored the opening of that program. We've served close to 14,600 children. We have a 92% success rate. So we knew, when I say we, I'm talking about myself and the juvenile justice system, Director Martin and his team. We knew our success rate. We've been toting it at 96. When you're dealing with this many children, and now our years are going up, we're talking about 4 years now, we knew our success rate was going to start dwindling down, but in 4 years, we're still in the 90% success rate. So 92%, that's really good. So we only have juvenile assessment centers in Clark County. And I think there's potentially a need across the state for similar programming. The state is a partner in the harbors, and so I think we could look at it as a statewide program to go out, because again, prevention is very key in having to address our brick and mortar issues. If we talk about getting in early and having early interventions, then we're not really having any more conversations about the deep end of children and entering our system. We also in Clark County, as far as prevention, are ramping up our truancy prevention outreach program, which is being started by the generosity of the AB 309 money, which was some marijuana tax money provided in which we are getting through our Clark County Commission to start this prevention outreach program. We are hiring community navigators to go into homes, meet with families, engage children, provide services in an effort to keep kids in school. Ultimately, we need to address an emerging issue within our state. It's a worldwide crisis. It's a pandemic. And for those of us who are committed to our state, we need to address it in our state. Our juvenile justice leaders are trying to address it here now. Our family services leaders are making efforts to address it now. But how do we as a community keep that school to prison pipeline from flooding? We have the 5th largest school district in the country in Clark County. And we have 100% disengagement from school at this time. And it's necessary, and it's necessary for the health and safety of children. But this committee and those members of it and other committees have heard the school to prison pipeline. That buzz phrase, it means kids who are not engaged in school go to prison. It means that kids who are excluded from school because of exclusionary practices end up in prison. Suspensions, expulsions. That's why over the years we've been addressing mandated suspensions and expulsions little by little. And now, because of health and safety of families and children, we have 100% disengagement. And we really need to focus on that. Otherwise, we will not break that cycle of poverty, and we will not break that cycle of prison. And when I say education, I don't just mean academics, I mean our career readiness education. Not all kids are going to get the same education, and not all education is appropriate for kids. You know, some kids really need that career readiness, but they're all disengaged from that as well. And the last meeting we discussed, that the pandemic presented opportunities to change juvenile justice reform in a positive direction. When that was stated, it was really to discuss the fact that we are reducing the number of kids coming into juvenile detention facilities, basically reducing our beds in our first response lockdown facilities. So when a kid is arrested, they're coming to juvenile detention, and we're reducing that number coming into that facility. And it feels good to say, hey, we don't need as many beds because we're not bringing as many kids in, and it shows an opportunity because maybe our community, we're showing that it's not as bad to not bring kids into detention. But to me, the fact is if we continue for too long with 100% disengagement because we do not have a vaccination and we do not have a way to socially distance children and keep them and families safe, that good feeling is not going to last very long, because that disengagement is going to cause us to need more beds. Not to mention that the #1 risk factor on a high-risk child that ends up in our high-end facilities like Elko, Summit View, and Caliente, their #1 risk factor is a lack of enrichment activities and extracurricular activities. So all of those kids that we deem at risk and that we put into sports and arts, music, whatever it is, they are now tilted over into the risk category because schools are unable to provide that for them, and families cannot afford it on their own. So now we are going to have this flood if we do not act quickly and act fast. So ultimately, in AB 449, section 1B, it talks about a review of the adequacy of our current capacities in institutions and facilities. And we know, and you'll probably hear it later in this meeting, that we are reducing the number of beds because of budget cuts. And you know, I always say, if we have beds, we'll fill them, right? Spring Mountain Youth Camp has 100 beds. We've reduced those now down to, I believe, 60. We're shutting down 2 dorms, so that's 40 beds are gone. That's a budgetary issue. So we will now fill 60 beds. Now, if you take another 20, we'll probably fill 40 beds. So that's all great. But again, if we don't address our immediate concerns with prevention and engagement of kids, we're going to need those beds. We need to get in early, and we really need to get in strong. Because the further we go down the road with children not being in school, the worse it's going to be for our community and ultimately those kids. So the other conversations that we had, and Julie, I don't know if you want to add to any of that, but I know we're going to have we're going to talk quickly about direct file use and certifications with regard to what we need to addressing AB 449. Do you want to jump in on any of that before we go to our direct files and certs?
Julie Wicks for the record. Just very briefly, Washoe County has been involved in detention reform since approximately 2004. We have made concerted efforts to develop the specialty court and the practice around originally the crossover youth model, and since 2013, I believe, Project One, which focuses on children who are both in the abuse and neglect system and the delinquency system. I know that we're joined this morning by Mr. Frank Cervantes, who is the Director of Washoe County Juvenile Services. They have an entire community outreach department, and they have robust prevention models that they use. For the most part, many of the cases that are referred to Washoe County never make it to the district attorney's office because Mr. Cervantes and his staff have a robust process of assessing and diverting children before they ever come to us. I fully support everything that Ms. Duffy has stated this morning, and we'll add additional comments as we proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Members, are there any questions at this point for Ms. Duffy or Ms. Wicks? If not, I just had a quick question. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The statistics on recidivism, does that mean that a child who's been through the prevention program at the Harbor doesn't end up with a case being filed in juvenile court? Is that how, I just wonder is that how you get that number? If you could just explain that. And if members have any other questions, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm unmuted. So Chair Orenshaw, thank you for the question. Bridget Duffy for the record. I'm going to try to remember to do that even though I'm not sitting in front of you. The number for recidivism, I haven't given a number. Are you talking about my YLS on the high-risk kids?
I'm sorry, at the beginning of your presentation, I thought I heard 96% success rate. Is that for children who are in the Harbor?
Okay. Oh, yeah. So that's the Harbor kids. So yes, thank you, Bridget Duffy for the record. Thanks for the clarification, Chair Orenshaw. So the 92% success rate is how we measure that. That includes law enforcement drop-offs as well as walk-ins or community referrals to the Harbor program. So these would be first-time misdemeanor offenders, or in fact, we've expanded the program, and because sometimes it takes one kid maybe 2 or 3 times to get it in their head. So those would be our misdemeanor levels or our felonies and gross misdemeanors with DA approval. So how we are measuring that rate is, do those children after the intervention of the Harbor end up in the juvenile justice system? And at this point, with close to 15,000 children, at the time I mapped out my presentation, we were at 14,600. So only 8% have entered into the system of that 14,600 and change children. So it's only in the very beginning stages that they end up in the system. And when I say end up in the system, they have additional charges. It may not be a petition filed. It may be that they just end up with a new citation and go to probation intake services. Not all of those ended up with an actual petition.
Thank you for clarifying that, and those are fantastic numbers. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Very much for clarifying that. Members, any additional questions either for, yes, Vice Chair, please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy, for the beginning of this presentation. But I just had a question. When you talk about tracking, is that tracking the child until they reach age 18? Is it tracking them for a year? How long does that tracking take place to get to that 8% that actually go into the system?
So we're tracking longer than a year. Oh, Bridget Duffy for the record, and thank you for the question. Co-chair Monroe Marino, I believe you are the co-chair. So we track longer than a year. It's any time after they've been seen that they end up coming into the system. So that's why we believe we probably will have a little bit higher of a rate eventually. We are hopeful because our case management out of the harbor really continues to touch that family and reach out to that family and hope that the family knows they can reach back out to the harbor if there are issues going on with the child. But we do continue to track that way past a year. So it would be anytime. So it could be a child that was seen in 2016 that enters the system in 2020. And we would consider that then as part of that. Well, it was deemed a recidivism rate, but I would deem it a penetration into the system rate.
Perfect, thank you.
So at
Thank
the
you, and
last, yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Duffy. Members, any additional questions for Ms. Duffy or Ms. Wicks? Not seeing any. Please continue. Thank you.
So at the last, yes, thank you, Chair Orenshaw, Bridget Duffy again for the record. At the last meeting, there was a presentation that discussed both direct filing, which is the bypass of juvenile court jurisdiction, meaning the juvenile court does not have jurisdiction over certain offenses. There are several offenses, but the main offenses that are bypassed of the juvenile system are murder and attempt murder if the juvenile is age 16 or 17, or if the juvenile age 16 or 17 has a prior felony on their juvenile record and they commit an offense that involves a firearm. So those are our top 3 referrals that end up in the criminal system without coming back into the juvenile system. There was some comments made at the last meeting regarding the point of direct filing youth to the adult system, and really an answer of not really understanding what that point is. Why do we even do it at all? And there was also a statistic that was provided about a 35% recidivism rate of children that enter the adult system. I'm not sure where that statistic came from. I don't know if that's Nevada specific. I'd love to learn more about that. But I agree that the adult system is not known for its rehabilitative qualities. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So why do we have direct file into the adult system is the question that was hanging out there at the last meeting. And so Ms. Wicks and I would like to kind of talk to you about some of the issues that would need to be addressed in the juvenile justice system in order to address that question. One of them being competency and our need for a better system of competency for children and better services for mental health for children and mental health beds for children that are deemed incompetent. And again, the lack of brick and mortar issue to address where we house children that are 17 that commit a homicide, that commit murder. Like, what do? We don't have anything but programmatic based placements and only one that's locked down. As to competency, when you go back and review Assembly Bill 449, subsection 1G asks for a review of competency and mental health facilities and how we have that level of treatment for juveniles in our juvenile justice system. And when I supported AB 449, that was one of my asks of the ACLU, was to put that study in there, because I've been trapped in cases where children were 16 or 17, were 15, excuse me, they were 15 on a certification and committed an attempt murder, firing a weapon into an occupied apartment and shooting multiple people. That 15-year-old was deemed incompetent and so could not assist his attorney at the hearing for certification. And I had several victims of a shooting. And we ended up not having a mental health bed to put this child in. No residential treatment facility would take the child because he did not have an Axis 1 diagnosis and was deemed too violent to go to a mental health residential treatment program. He languished in juvenile detention for months and months and months while we tried to figure out what to do, which is not good either, because he was deemed to be a danger to the community. Ultimately, with our backs against the wall, we released him home on a GPS, only when he was returning to school to be found with another firearm on him. He had a propensity to want to be around guns. So we still could not restore him to competency to help his attorney with the defense. So we had this child that was in no man's land and nothing in the state that could assist, and nothing out of state that could assist. So I had victims of a shooting that I had to tell, I don't know what we're going to do. And that's a tough place to be in. And I believe, and I'll have Ms. Wicks add, because she and I have had some really great conversations around this competency issue. But I think to be responsible in the decisions that we make around direct files and certifications, we need to build a system that addresses how we handle children that are making very poor, impulsive decisions that take the life or almost take the life of another human being who has family, who has loved ones. And all we can say to that victim is, I don't know what we're going to do, because it's a juvenile and they're not competent to stand trial. In the adult system, they go to Lakes Crossing, and at Lakes Crossing, they restore them to competency pretty darn quick. We do not have that here. So we have to really address that prior to really looking at how we're going to handle dwindling or taking away direct files. Because if I have a 16 or a 17-year-old that commits a homicide and they are deemed incompetent, even if it's their first offense, I don't know what we will do with that person, that child. And I don't know how we tell what we tell that victim. So Jolie, I'm going to pass it off to you to pick up on your experiences with competency in juveniles.
Thank you. Jolie Wicks for the record. I echo Ms. Duffy's concerns. Obviously, because of the size of Washoe County, we have far fewer examples and nothing as horrific as what Ms. Duffy has described here this morning. I've been involved in trying to, first of all, develop a juvenile competency statute probably since the early 2000s. Susan Roski, who was the chief public defender many years ago, was on a small subcommittee with me when we started working on these issues. So the good news is we have a juvenile competency statute. The sad news, which is not only sad for the juveniles who may be involved in these types of offenses, but honestly a burden on our communities, is the fact that we do not have access to resources to attain or restore competency. And it's a critically important issue for our community and going forward. My experience over the last 21 years is that juvenile prosecutors in your two major counties are not lock them up and throw away the key kind of people. What we want to do is to provide appropriate responses to children, help them attain the skills that they need so that we can prevent future harm, prevent future delinquency, and prevent future impacts to them, their families, and our communities. What we really need in juvenile justice in order to address direct file are competency resources for competency development and the ability to keep a juvenile safe during that process. It obviously doesn't behoove anybody for us to have no ability to help restore a child to competency or help them attain competency, while we also have no choice but to put them back out on the street where they are endangering their own lives and the lives of other people. That is.
So what she's really talking about when she keeps on using this word competency, she means that getting to a level which they can be sustaining themselves. And, you know, I'd like to see that definition of competency aligned with dollars to determine exactly where they're going with this, because I wasn't even aware this meeting even happened because I didn't see it in the future post, but I'm sure it was posted somewhere, I'm sure. Anyways, We'll continue to listen, shall we?
Is an untenable situation for the child and for the community and possible future victims. So competency is a critical piece of addressing that question about direct file. Even perhaps some legislation about, access to a Lakes Crossing type facility, but obviously we know that there are severe budget constraints in the state of Nevada, which have existed in juvenile justice my entire career and are only worsened by the current situation caused by the pandemic.
I appreciate you both going over that. One question I have, that example, are there many, for Ms. Wicks or Ms. Duffy or both, in your practice as prosecutors, have you seen many cases where a child, the allegations against them could get them direct filed in the adult system, but there are competency issues, or is that happening a lot?
This is Bridget Duffy for the record. So I have, because direct files bypass me and go directly to the criminal system, I mean, we see them maybe for a little minute when they spend one night in juvenile and then they go downtown. I have not heard that any of the children that have been direct filed have competency issues that are being dealt with at Lakes Crossing. I know of one case where a child raised competency after he had killed his own father, but I believe that case, he came back to be competent. So that was the only case I've heard of I've been sitting in this chair as director for 8+ years now. So I haven't heard of any of those issues. They are coming up in the form of our certification issues, which is what pointed out the fact that we have a hole in our system. And if we don't address it, even in the areas where prosecutors may support removing a direct file from statute, unless we address this part first, it's not responsible of us to do that, because there is no place for this treatment or these children to go. And unfortunately, our children that are incompetent are probably our most dangerous ones, because they're not absorbing anything. And that's why I use my one example, because even when given the opportunity to go back into the community while facing 6 counts of attempted murder on a GPS monitor, he still found his way to another handgun. And if he's incompetent and impulsive and is not fully developed yet in his brain capacity, that's a difficult thing for the community on our watch. So we have to be really cautious to make sure we build that program before we take steps that make us, I'm all about reform. I'm all about redefining justice and really helping kids to be better citizens. But I also feel like for our community, we need to make sure we have the infrastructure before we do that. I mean, imagine this 17-year-old out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. Imagine if, he just took a long rifle, shot it into a crowd, killing people. Imagine if he's deemed, in our state, if he was deemed incompetent, we'd be telling those people, we're sorry, there's nothing we can do. There's no place for him. We can't just hold him in jail waiting trial. Like we're gonna just send him home on a GPS monitor. It's something we really need to address, and it's. I think after my case with that one kiddo, it was an emergency and everybody was trying to address it, but it kind of fell by the wayside, and I think we need to address it. And I look forward to this legislature, looking into that, waiting for the ACLU to come back with their AB, or I'm not sure who's doing the audit, but that AB 449 report, they're supposed to come back and give you a report of what that looks like. I'm still waiting for it, and I want to hear it, because we need help there. And that's what that report was about. I know everybody likes stats, so I will let you all know that in 2019, Clark County had 34 direct files. 21 of those were for firearm use, and they had prior felonies in the juvenile justice system. To further break that 21 down for you, 13 of the 21 were 17-year-olds. They had an average of 5 prior offenses. I actually removed, when I reviewed them, I removed all of the violations of probation or parole offenses. These are 5 prior substantive charges, not violations of any type of parole or probation. So they had 5 substantive charges were average. Of that 21 with firearm use with prior felonies, 6 of them, there were 8 16-year-olds, 8 16-year-olds. And 2 of them, they averaged 2 prior offenses. And again, I took out all the violations of probation and paroles. For the murder and attempt murder, we had how many? 13 were murder or attempt murder that were 16 and 17 years old. And the glaring difference between the two is the murder and attempt murders had less average prior offenses. A lot of our murder and attempt murders have 0 to 1 or 2 prior offenses before they pull the trigger. So that's our direct file stats. I'm going to move on to certification unless Jolie has anything to add regarding direct files.
Jolie Wicks for the record, very quickly, with regard to direct file, I think that one of the primary foundational issues that would have to be addressed is the jurisdictional age limits for juvenile court. Right now, juvenile court primarily loses jurisdiction with some exceptions for youth who have been adjudicated on certain sex offenses at the age of 21. So part of what we would need to tackle, in my opinion, to really do a good job of revamping direct file is to expand the jurisdiction of juvenile court in order to allow more juveniles to stay in the juvenile justice system, but to have a court with expanded jurisdiction so you have more time to address very significant needs and very significant risk factors. To keep a 16-year-old, for instance, who is guilty of murder, when the court's going to lose jurisdiction after 5 years, does not bode well for that person's success or recidivism going forward, and it certainly doesn't provide justice to the victims or provide ongoing community safety. It's simply not enough time, in my opinion, to address the very significant needs that juvenile would present going forward. So competency is a huge issue, as Ms. Duffy stated. Housing and the ability to provide specialized programming for these very high-risk youth who have really engaged in some very thankfully unique but dangerous behavior, which is clearly a concern to the community, but also expanded juvenile court jurisdiction so that we have more time to address those issues.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wicks, and thank you, Ms. Duffy. And I appreciate the statistics. I think the whole committee does. We should look into those numbers. If you could send those to Mr. Guinan, maybe share with the committee, I think that would be great. And if there's any additional data about incompetency, whether they've been able to restore a child incompetency on cases, maybe when they're seeking certification to the adult system, I think that would be appreciated too. And if there's any breakdown by race, I think that would be something that would be great for the committee to have if you could get us that information. And members, are there any additional questions right now for Ms. Duffy or Ms. Wicks, or shall they proceed with their presentation?
Mr. Chair, I do have one question for Ms. Wicks.
Senator Cancela. Oh, pardon me, Vice Chairman Romoreno, sorry.
It's okay. Maybe I should say who I am before we start, since we are virtually. Just a quick question. I know you put a lot of thought and effort and research into the expanded jurisdiction for juvenile court. Ideally, what would you like to see? Or ideally, what is shown to be the best number for that expanded juvenile?
Thank you for the question. Jolie Wicks for the record. I think that a good place to start is approximately 25 years old. I think that there's some brain science around that number. There are some other jurisdictions, for instance, California. I was a former public defender in California. I don't know the state of California law, but I believe that they had been using 25 previously. I think at least 25 is a good place to start the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Romero.
If I may add to that, I think that
Please go ahead, Ms. Duffy.
I think I agree that as we look toward that 25 years old is definitely that number. I think the issue around expanding jurisdiction is the need. It's going to become a money issue. It's going to become a money issue. It's going to become figuring out how to reallocate money from one parole and probation that deals with adults to a juvenile parole and probation. It's going to become a training issue around, you know, they are adults. So there's a lot that goes into that expansion. So also we have to think about the facilities themselves and what that looks like as far as not commingling the youth that we have in there that we're trying to prevent from ending up in the adult system to those that are making adult type crimes into that system.
The reality is they're just transitioning them from juvenile to prison.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Thank you, Ms. Wicks. And thank you, Vice Chairman Moreno. Members, any additional questions? Seeing none, we'll please continue with your presentation.
So I'm going to wrap it up just because, again, I know you all like stats and Chair Orenshaw, I will definitely send to you what I have. I have it broken down by race and gender. We did have one female that was direct filed in 2019. But I always say, I'm going to say it on the record out loud publicly, and then I'll put it in my presentation. We do not have a case management system in the juvenile division of the Clark County DA's office. We share Family Tracks 2.0 or Tyler Supervision, it's called, with Juvenile Justice Services. They do not keep direct file stats because they go to the adult system. So what I have is hand kept by one of my best secretaries. So it's plus or minus. He tracks them. I even can tell you their outcome in the adult system. So I have it broken down to what their, if they pled and what their ultimate sentence was. So I will get that to you. I've said it publicly, and now I'm going to put it as a footnote at the bottom of my stats to you. This is hand kept, and it might be plus or minus 1 or 2 for human error. So certification, I just want to just give you our statistics. It was mentioned at the last meeting during the conflict attorney and public defender's presentation. In Clark County in 2019, there were 11,000 children plus, 11,000 plus children referred to the juvenile justice system. That's a referral. The way we count them in Clark is basically a citation or an arrest. So it could be a ticket or an arrest. Of that, the DA's office only filed 3,851. We didn't even file half of the kids that came into the system somehow, some way. Most of them would have been diverted. Some of them we would have just denied outright, but most of those would have been diverted away from this justice system. So we only filed 3,851 petitions in 2019. Of that, we filed 205 motions to certify children. 205 children fit the statute for certification, and we filed that motion. That is 0.05%. Of that 205, 42 children were certified to the adult system. That is, of the 205, that's 0.2%. Overall, that's 0.01% of the children that we filed petitions on went to the adult system. It is a very small piece of what we do. We focus, if you go back to the top, 11,000 referrals, 3,800 petitions. We focus on keeping these kids out of the system. We focus on keeping the ones in the system that are the ones that need to be supervised, that need to be on probation. I ask my attorneys to think of this question. Does this kid need a probation officer or do they need some services? Two different things. Do we need somebody keeping track of this child because we need to keep the community safe? Or does this child need some sort of intervention service? Because we don't need probation officers tracking after kids that just need some counseling. So 0.01% of all of the referrals to the juvenile system in Clark County in 2019 got certified, 42 kids. Jolie shared her stats with me, and one of the things that was discussed last meeting was Washoe doesn't certify the same rate as Clark. Well, we have different numbers, we have different population types, we have different lot of things. But oddly, it's the same rate. It's very close to the same rate. Ours is 0.01% and theirs is 0.003%. So in 2019. So we're very close in our rate, which ultimately shows you that we are focused on intervention and prevention and keeping kids out of the system, and we only use the statutes when we need to use them to keep our community safe. And when we run out of services, because at a certain point, we lack services. There's nothing more we can do. Our children have gone through every intervention that we had. I had a child who's 13 years old who's had 13 referrals at age 13. He's already been to Spring Mountain Youth Camp twice. Like I'm trying to sit and figure out what we can do for him next. Not in a negative way, but in what is really going on way. Because at 13, you shouldn't already be to Spring Mountain Youth Camp twice. So, and these are robberies that are being committed by 13. So we run out of services. We need to figure out how to engage parents, engage communities, and keep these kids from getting into that system that will address our brick and mortar issues. Jolie, anything you want to say about certifications? And then I'm going to wrap up and take questions.
Jolie Wicks for the record. I looked at certifications, motions to certify from 2007 to 2019. We do not certify very many children. I will tell you that 65% of the children that we filed motions to certify were 17 years of age. The types of offenses that Washoe County has, most of the cases were robbery with a deadly weapon, followed by battery with a deadly weapon that caused substantial bodily harm, sexual assault, burglaries involving firearms, battery causing substantial bodily harm, attempted murder with a deadly weapon, kidnapping with a deadly weapon, battery with a deadly weapon, murder with a deadly weapon, distribution of child pornography, battery by strangulation, assault with a deadly weapon, attempted robbery, and robbery. Obviously, we are working hard to keep kids in juvenile justice if we believe that we have the resources to address their risk and needs. We file less than 1% of total referrals for motions to certify, and we work hard to avoid that situation. We have a very robust staffing process that we use, and we try to avoid that, but we do exercise that option at times when necessary.
Talking around in circles.
Bridget Duffy for the record. Just to summarize, I am always happy to appear in front of this committee. You have done such great things. You have supported us in all of our steps to be progressive and to do great things for children and families. What we'd like to see, looking at AB 449, listening to the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission presentation last meeting, we'd like to see some mandates of intervention and prevention. We'd like to see those types of services spread throughout the state. We would love for you to ensure competency is addressed prior to taking any more steps in chipping away at direct files and certifications. We are progressive. You are, like Jolie said, we are not your typical prosecutors. We want to do what is right. We are the team to be working with, but we need, in order to support that type of reform, that type of legislation, we need the back end support so that we know that our community, we can go and look a murder victim's family in the eyes and have something for them. We need that support in order to take more steps toward progression around direct files and certification. So please follow through with AB 449 and address what we have as far as competency and mental health beds for children in our community. If we look at expanding jurisdiction, we're on our left have to look at the dollar signs around that. And this is a difficult time for that. I'm sure in every committee you're on, you know that. Our kids should not be forgotten though in any budget crisis. So we will always push to have them thought of first. But expanding jurisdiction, we have to look at our housing needs. I always support some sort of blended, I love that idea of a facility that kind of takes children from 18 to 25 that is more appropriately geared toward their developmental needs, even if they're going to be in prison till they're 30. So, but it takes money and it takes, it's going to take some time. So thank you for listening to us today. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for still letting me sit in my chair. And I'll take any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy, and thank you, Ms. Wicks. And it's been a pleasure working with you both through the years on the different committees. And Ms. Duffy, getting to work with you at Juvenile Court. And I appreciate all the hard work you've done, Ms. Duffy, with the harbor and with diversion and trying to help keep kids out of the system, because I think that makes a huge difference. I know, and I think we both know that when kids get in the system, sometimes it's not so easy to kind of fulfill all the requirements and get back out. So I really appreciate the hard work, diversion. And I hope that when our economy turns around, that there'll be, you know, even more resources spent on diversion programs like that and less on bricks and mortar detention facilities and correctional facilities. Members, I think I've got a couple of questions, but I'd like to open up for members. Are there any questions for members? And then I can.
I have a couple of questions, if it's okay, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cancela, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you both for this presentation. My first question is, Ms. Duffy, you just used the example of a murder victim's family, and I think earlier we heard some data on the kinds of reasons that our children end up in juvenile detention. And can you correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like there are a lot of our kids who are in the system because they've committed murder. Is that accurate?
Bridget Duffy for the record. So in 2019, so I would say yes. If you want to, you know, looking at numbers and breaking it down to percentages, absolutely. It's not a large percentage of our children end up in the system for murder. We did have 13, 16, and 17-year-olds that were either murder or attempt murder. I'd have to break down the two. I'd have to carve that out and find out how many actually committed the offense of murder and how many tried but didn't follow through with it. But we had 13, 16, and 17-year-olds in 2019. I know I had several, I don't want to hold you all up, but I know I had several kids that were under the age of, I had some 14 and 15-year-olds that committed homicides. I know recently there was just a certification of a 28th Street gang member who was only 15 when he committed murder. And I know I had several. I'd be happy to get you the exact number of how many we've certified on murder or attempt murder, but really murder, so that you have those. But yeah, it's not a lot. I mean, we only, when you're looking at the amount of kids that come through and only 13 were directly sent, it's not a lot.
I appreciate those statistics, and I understand the need to use the most extreme type of examples when pointing to the kinds of situations, very tough situations that you all are facing. But it seems to me that if we are to focus on rehabilitation and on giving kids a second chance and making sure that they are getting the opportunities that they deserve, that we should not focus on the kinds of crimes that are actually what the minority of kids are in the system for. My second question relates to the certification petitions, and I took some notes to make sure that I asked the question correctly. And I may not get the vernacular correct, so I would ask for some patience and grace. But there are the first step in a certification petition is to be in petition 1 phase, right? Is that accurate? I think that's how you described it.
So Bridget Duffy for the record. So certifications, it's not a petition count. So petition's the charging document that we use. So it's based upon age and offense and when we can move to certify. So it's not based upon, I mean, it could be their first time in the system, unless it's a murder, that's highly unlikely. But it could be.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand. I hear the argument that we are tight on services for our juvenile offenders, and so I'm trying to understand what the number is of kids who are on that who are being addressed for the first time versus how many are, I guess, repeat offenders, to try to understand where the biggest drain on services is, if that makes sense.
Bridget Duffy for the record, yes, Assemblywoman. I would be happy to get you that. I can tell you, I'd be happy to break down our certifications that were granted, which would be 42 from 2019, and tell you it'll take me a couple weeks. But I could break it down and tell you, of the 42, there were this many had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prior referrals. For the direct files for today's meeting, I actually did break down to what services we'd already provided for the children. So how many kids were already in our correctional facilities for juveniles, how many were already at our camp, how many had probation and GPS and drug treatment. So I was able to break all of that down because I was only looking at 34 children. So if I only look at 42 children for what we certified, I'd be able to tell you that as well. And I think the big point of certification is that this is not, the discretion lays with the judge. So the process is the DA's office files a motion. So the DA's office does not certify children to adult status. We ask the judge to certify based upon a series of factors, mostly driven by case law. And we ask the judge to certify, and the judge hears argument, and then the judge ultimately decides. Now, when I say Clark County filed 205 petitions and 42 were granted, we actually didn't argue and lose, whatever 60 or, the judge denied. I shouldn't say lose, there's no winners here, but the judge didn't deny all the other over 100. We withdrew them. We decided not to move forward with certifying. In most of those cases, very few were actually denied by the court once argued. So it's not us, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's not, the judge decides, it's his discretion or her discretion.
And I appreciate you walking me through that. I'm sorry for not being able to fully articulate what was in my brain. Thank you for helping to clarify that. And thank you for the questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Cancel. Thank you, Ms. Duffy. And I think I'd be interested in that. I think the whole committee, if there's any data as to, for both direct files and certification system, whether kids have been in the system, have they received services, have they been on, let's say, probation, have they had substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, have they been to Spring Mountain Youth Camp or one of the state facilities, versus is this their first time getting in trouble with the law? I think that would be informative for the whole committee if you can get us that data. Thank you, Ms. Duffy, and thank you, Ms. Wicks. And members, any additional questions?
Yes, Chair. This is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. I just had a question for Ms. Duffy. Along with that the data you'll be sending over, does it also have the racial and gender breakdown of the children who were certified?
Bridget Duffy, for the record, I find that to be a very important piece of data. And yes, I will make sure that what I send, I already have it broken down for the 2019 direct files. I will also make sure it's broken down for the certification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other questions from members? Thank you, Ms. Wicks, and thank you, Ms. Duffy. And again, I appreciate all your efforts towards diversion, and you're presenting before the committee today, and everything you do, and look forward to working with you during the rest of the interim and as we approach the next regular session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, we will now move on to agenda item number 5. Today, we're going to have a presentation on the housing of juvenile offenders in adult facilities in Nevada in relation to our committee's current study of juvenile detention in Nevada, pursuant to Assembly Bill 449 of the 2019 legislative session. I'm very privileged to have joining us today with the committee, Tim Garrett, Warden of Lovelock Correctional Center, Nevada Department of Corrections. We also have William Hutchings, Warden of the Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center, Nevada Department of Corrections. Mr. Garrett, Mr. Hutchings, please begin whenever you want. Thank you for being here to present today.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Howell. I'm the warden at Florence McClure. I replaced Warden Hutchings. We made a trade about 3 weeks ago. So
Thank you very much.
Currently at Florence McClure Women's Correctional Center, we do not house juvenile offenders. They are sent from the sentencing jurisdiction directly to Arizona, where they house them. There has not been a juvenile offender or anyone under the age of 18 at Florence McClure since 2014. The purpose or one of the purposes for not housing juveniles is the Prison Rape Elimination Act, Section 115.14, which states, youthful inmates shall not be placed in a housing unit in which the youthful inmate will have sight, sound, or physical contact with any adult inmate through the use of shared day room or other common space, shower area, or sleeping. So currently, it's my understanding that there are 3 persons who were sentenced as adults that were female, and they are currently in Arizona. They go, as I said, directly from the sentencing jurisdiction straight there. They don't even come through our intake. So we were asked if we had facilities to house them. Yes, our physical plant, we could oblige the sight and sound requirements. However, the cost for doing so is not included in our current budget. We would need, because the numbers are so small, we would need dedicated staff just for them. We would need to create programming that is unique to youthful offenders. That currently all of our program is geared toward adults. We would need outreach resources from persons in the community. All of that can be done, but it would be at a cost. There would be a financial consideration to be made. We've sent,
Thank you very much, Warden.
yeah, we sent out of our documents. So if the committee wants to see them, we sent them in, I think, probably 2 weeks ago. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. And I believe members should have that. That should be posted online. So I just want to make sure I understand what you're telling me. You're telling me that there have been three children, female children under the age of 18, who've either been certified or direct filed in the adult system, sentenced in the adult criminal system, but they're not here in Nevada. They're in a facility in Arizona.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. I'm surprised. I thought that they were being housed here in Nevada, so I wasn't aware of that. One question I have, do you know where in Arizona they're being housed? Is it a juvenile facility or is it an adult women's facility that satisfies the sight and sound separation requirements of the Federal PREA Act?
No, I don't know where they go. The Offender Management Division provides oversight for any interstate compact inmates, so they would be able to tell you exactly where they're housed and the conditions of their housing and all of that. I don't currently know that. I could certainly find that out for you.
Wow.
If you could, I think that would be really beneficial for me and the other committee members as we go about our work, just because, the concern we have is that, boys who've been certified or direct filed into the adult criminal system, as I understand it, are housed up at the Lovelock Correctional Center, which, is in state and hopefully provides better opportunities for communication with family. And I'm just wonder about what kind of educational services and how communication with family is for those girls who've been transferred into the adult criminal system. So if you could get the committee that information as to what facility in Arizona they're at, whether it's an adult women's facility or a juvenile facility, and what kind of services they're receiving in terms of education, whether it's mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, and how communication is with their family, and whether they're able to stay in touch. I think that would be something very important to me and the committee, Warden.
Yes, sir. I will get that right up.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Members, are there any additional questions with the Warden?
Mr. Chair, this is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, and I was just reviewing the document that had been submitted to the committee with the materials for this meeting and listening to the presentation from the warden. And thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to the new position you have with the switch. I'm not sure if you know this, or maybe you can direct me to who might have the answer. Do you know what the cost would be to the state to implement the programming and give you the space that you need to hold our female youth offenders here within the state? But also, how much are we paying the state of Arizona to hold those 3 female youth offenders in their custody in the state of Arizona, how much that costs us on a daily basis? And then looking at the list of possible available correctional programs for youth offenders, do we know for a fact that all of these programs that you have listed in your document that you submitted to our committee, these programs are available to our youth that are in Arizona, and what other programs they may have available there?
No, I do not have any of that information. I don't know how much we pay.
Wow.
We could cost out what it would cost for us, and certainly you could make a comparison in those 2 numbers. The programming that's provided, the housing situation in in Arizona, I'm not aware of that, but I will certainly get all that information for you. And we can cost it out and give you an estimate of what it would cost us.
Mr. Chair, if I could follow up.
Please go ahead, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you. Excellent question, yeah.
I would appreciate getting those numbers. I'm one that truly believes in not having for-profit prisons, and I wanted to ensure that our youth offenders are not in one of those facilities. But more importantly, at the end of the day, these youth offenders are youth. They're still children and their minds are still developing. And I want to make sure that the children that come within our custody in the state of Nevada, that we do everything that we can to ensure that they come out of custody as whole, better individuals and capable adults to function in society once they come home, and that we're able to help them continue to grow as children, because they're still children for a number of years while they're in custody. And if there is a way to bring them closer to home, I would want to look at what those options are. But we can't know what those options are if we don't know what that cost is, and what we would need to look at as a state to make sure those options are available here. So I appreciate you getting us those numbers. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. And Mr. Warden, then you wouldn't know whether those girls are at a private facility or a facility in Arizona? Or do you know, have that information? Well, I'd appreciate that information as well. Members, are there any additional questions? One question I have is, I thought that in the past, due to the very small number of teenage girls who had been sentenced in the adult system, that there was an agreement where they were housed at local detention facilities, either in the South or in the North. Do you have any information about that? Because when that ended or what happened with that, because that was the impression that I've been under. And if not, could you get us that information?
Yes, I can. The only thing that I know is that since 2014, there have been no juveniles housed, no female juveniles housed in Florence McClure. I don't know initially where they went when they quit housing them, but I will certainly find out.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And that's since 2014? You say there have been no female juveniles at Florence McClure Center?
Yes.
But there were before that?
Yes.
And that was in compliance with the Federal PREA Act of the Sight and Sound Separation?
I think not. I think that's why they were moved. Or that it became so costly that they moved them. I don't know what the rationale was, but I can certainly ask what drove the movement of them to Arizona. But right now, I don't. I was at High Desert State Prison when they moved the male prisoners to Lovelock because of this PREA requirement. I was there then, but I don't know about the women, but I will find that out.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Members, any additional questions? I apologize for the long pause. I just want to make sure I don't miss any member who has a question. All right, seeing no additional questions. I believe Mr. Garrett is on the telephone from Lovelock Correctional Center. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for joining us today.
Chair. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tim Garrett. I'm currently the acting warden at Lovelock Correctional Center. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to provide testimony today and to assist in being a direct piece as far as providing information for this study for AB 449. Information has been previously given to Mr. Dean, and we will continue to provide information as needed. At this time, I'd like to kind of just provide a general overview of where we are at today. Lovelock currently houses approximately 1,700 male inmates. Our correctional youth program, referred to as our CYP, we have 12 actual male offenders in that program right now with a capacity of 20. We continue to do what we need to do right now with what we have. This program is not legislatively funded, so we have to reappropriate staff to accommodate this. From a monetary standpoint, this equates to approximately 9 staff that have to be dedicated to this unit alone, which consists of 2 senior officers, 6 correctional officers, and a unit worker. From a monetary standpoint, this is the equivalent of approximately $475,000 per year. This doesn't include any kind of relief act, and this is just based off base salary. Since the inception of this program in 2013, we've continued to evolve, and we incorporate our youth into education as much as possible. When the program initially started out, everything was generated primarily in the housing unit in which they lived. We have implemented more of a broad approach now, and these youth are actually going into the education classrooms for 4 periods a day, pre-COVID, obviously, in which they are intermingled to an extent with the adult population. Because one of the clauses, according to the PREO 115.14 standard, is as long as they have direct supervision, which consists of security staff. So basically, our 2 unit staff that are assigned to that unit go with them to education, and they basically are in the classroom in addition to the teachers and our education officer. Right now, we are currently without a mental health counselor here at LCC, which obviously doesn't give them some additional resources such as Getting It Right program, a Way Safe program, forward thinking, good intention, bad choices, victim impact, juvenile MRT. We currently have the position out for posting, and we're hoping somebody will fill it. Obviously, one of the hardships that we have here at LCC is location. Our primary draw for staffing comes from the Reno, Sparks, or Fallon and Fernley area. So at times when we have openings, it is a little bit difficult to get staff here. As far as from the education standpoint, we do offer high school, respect, computer, advanced computers, and a ServSafe program. That's all I really have. You know, I could take any kind of direct questions if there are any.
And I have a quick question. I imagine other members do as well. I just want to make sure I got those numbers correctly. You said up at Lovelock Correctional Center, you have 12 teenage boys who've been in the adult system, but your capacity is, full capacity would be 20 teenage boys. Did I get that correct?
Tim Garrett for the
board.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you. And so you mentioned different programming and services that those kids are getting, like the forward thinking program.
Where's your data?
Yes, sir.
Are you finding that the teenage boys up there at Lovelock are Mr. Garrett, I don't know if we lost you, but
Sir, it's cutting in and out, so.
I'm just wondering, for the teenage boys who are up there at Lovelock, do you have any data or information as to whether they're completing the programming? You mentioned forward thinking, some other programming that the boys can work on up there. I'm also interested in terms of completion of a high school diploma or GED.
Me too.
Is there any data as to how the kids are doing on that in terms of success, lack of success?
I'm concerned.
I do not, Mr. Chair, Tim Garrett for the record. I do not have the actual data in front of me right now, but that is information that we could provide going forward. As far as personally, what I have seen is the incorporation of these youth actually into the education setting, the graduation rates have increased significantly. I believe this is a personal opinion, obviously, but them, when they do not have the actual interaction, be it just through correspondence work and stuff, they can't ask direct questions that they need to ask sometimes. So them being involved in the actual setting helps out a lot.
Thank you. And then our most appreciate that information too. If you could get that and provide it to Mr. Guinan, we could share it with the committee as to how the kids are doing with the programming and with either getting their diploma or GED while they're at Lovelock. And do you have any information as to kids once they've turned 18, what facilities they're transferred to, and you know, what kind of outcomes are happening? You know, or are some of the kids possibly becoming eligible for parole while they're still there in the youth section at Lovelock? Do you have any information about that? And if not, could you get it to us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Tim Garrett for the record. Yes, it is definitely something we can get. We kind of did a little cursory search and looked at some of the information. As far as the inmates in the youth here, when they do age out of the program at age 18, they are considered. They usually get to kind of put in a request of where they would like to go. We have had several that have went right here to Lovelock and are currently on our yard. And we've also had a few that have went to our local camps, such as Humboldt Conservation Camp and Carlin Conservation Camp, and have been very successful. But I will get you direct numbers related to that.
That's good to know. And then I guess if it's possible to find out what kind of term the kids are facing once they turn 18 and are no longer going to be in the youth pod and are going to be in, you know, in a general facility of NDOC. I think that would be good information for us to know. But if they're doing well when transferred to the camps, that's good information. Members, any questions for Mr. Garrett from the Lovelock Correctional Center?
Mr. Chairman, this is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. I have just a few questions.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Garrett, could you tell this committee the age range of the 12 youth you currently have at Lovelock and what their racial breakdown is of those 12? And if you do know what the crimes committed or the category of crimes committed that they are there.
Vice Chair, this is Tim Garrett for the record. All I can tell you, all of our youth right now that are in the program are ages 16 and 17. I don't have the exact breakdown of exactly where they are, 16 or 17. We currently have 6 African-American inmates. We have 4 Hispanics and 2 Caucasians currently. And I can give you a further breakdown of specific ages going forward.
Great. And by chance, do you know crimes committed or majority of those 12 burglaries, attempted murders, drug offenses, do you know what crimes got them certified and committed there?
Vice Chair Tim Garrett for the record. I can provide that information to you. I do not have our current breakdown as of today right in front of me right now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Any additional questions, Madam Vice Chair?
I think the only last question I might have, by chance, do you know if the majority of those 12 youth that are currently at Lovelock, are there children from Southern Nevada, our rural communities, Northern Nevada? By chance, do you know that?
Madam Vice Chair, sitting here for the record, I do not have those current numbers in front of me either, but if I had to guess, I would say it is actually probably a pretty pretty even breakdown right now between the Reno and Sparks area and the Las Vegas Park County.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Members, any additional questions for Warden Garrett from the Lovelock Correctional Center, where the teenage boys have been sentenced to the adult system or housed? Well, not seeing any additional questions. Warden Garrett, if I could just ask for a little more information, if you can get it for our committee. I'd be interested to know the boys who were there at Lovelock, how many were, if you can find out this information, how many were direct filed versus went through the certification process where a juvenile judge certified them over to the adult criminal justice system. I'd also be interested if you can find out how many had been at a state youth correctional facility before, like Caliente, Elko, Nevada Youth Training Center, Summit View, or been on juvenile probation versus not having any of those services in the past. If you can get that information, I as to, anonymously, of course, but as to what kind of history in the juvenile system these children might have had before they ended up sentenced to adult prison.
Mr. Chair, Tim Garrett, Lovelock Correctional Center. Yes, I will attempt to get that information for you also.
Thank you very much, Warden Garrett. Appreciate what you're doing to try to help those children there. Okay, not seeing any other questions. We'll now, unless if a member has one, please pipe up. Don't be shy. I don't want to pass anyone. We're going to move on to agenda item number 6, discussion of juvenile justice administration in Nevada in relation to the committee's current study of juvenile detention in Nevada, pursuant to Assembly Bill 449 of the 2019 session. I believe originally we were hoping to have Pauline Sala, chair of the Nevada Association of Juvenile Justice Administrators, join us. But I believe due to a family emergency, she's not able to be with us today. And I think we've got, I believe, Director Cervantes.
That's correct, Chairman Urso.
Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me. For the record, Frank Spanish, Director, Washington County Department of Juvenile Services. I'll also be inviting our Division Director over at Detention Services if there's questions pursuant to that. Again, thank you for having me. I'm stepping in for Ms. Pauline Sala, who's the current president of the Nevada Association of Juvenile Justice Administrators. And it was my understanding that she was preparing a presentation specific to Section 2 of 8449 around data collection, what we collect in the state, and for what purposes. So I have a snapshot of a matrix of some of the things that we currently collect and where they go. It's not in perfect order. We'll work with Pauline to send the committee a more formalized version of this, but let's try my technology and see if we can get this set. But before I do so, Mr. Chair, is there any specific questions you would like me to address as I go into this quick snapshot?
Members, if members have any questions now, I'd open up to members. Otherwise, if members don't, right now, if you go forward with your presentation, and I'm sure we will as you go forward, Director.
Very good. Can you currently see what I placed up on the screen?
I can. I see a page that's it's kind of a chart. It starts with county facility operating budget. Hopefully the other members can as well. Please let me know.
Very good. So this is not complete. I grabbed some information from Pauline yesterday. Put this together. What you're seeing on this chart is some of the counties and the questions in each column are answering the questions that are requested of the bill. So if you look in the left-hand column, starting on the left-hand side, you'll see the county and the jurisdiction in which the juvenile detention center resides and operates. Moving over to the right, you'll see the name of each facility. And again, these are the short-term detention facilities in Nevada, not the state correctional or the county camps. There is a distinction. Moving across, you'll see the operating budget. ADP stands for the average daily population. ALS stands for the average length of stay in detention. Most severe charge was the most severe charge we had during the calendar year in which these are represented. The age, condition, capacity of each facility is denoted there, the current staffing ratio, and if there's any staffing shortages at the facility. So I'll expand a little bit on what some of these mean. When I talked to Pauline, I mentioned that when she was collecting this information, that 2019 was a more static number to collect due to the coronavirus and COVID-19 pandemic. What we've seen since the outset, starting in March, is obviously a real decrease in flattening of numbers across the board, referrals, detention, and there were some reasons for that, and I can talk about that a little later if you would like. So we'll just look at Washoe County as an example on this chart here. So we're the Jan Evans Juvenile Justice Center. We were constructed in 2004. The building has maintained its really good architectural integrity over the years. It has a good maintenance crew, and there is a philosophy that the cleaner and more modern you keep facilities, especially when you're using for young people, it contributes to a more positive environment. So we continue to do so. Our average daily population prior to COVID, looking at 2019, was about 42. We had highs up about 50, but we really maintained a pretty low number here due to some of our practices. Currently, as of today, there's 27 young people in residence here at Jan Evans, and that number was as low as 19 at the start of the pandemic. Our average length of stay in detention for all kids is about 11 days. When kids go to court and they are ordered to, placements or pending further judicial process, those lengths of days can increase. The most serious charges that we held here at Jan Evans was a murder charge. Again, this building's 16 years old. It's in excellent shape. It was actually designed and opened in 2004 with 108 beds. It's a single-cell secure facility. So interestingly enough, I heard some conversations previously from our excellent prosecutors, Jolie and Bridget, about practices and programming. And so if you just look at that number, the information that was used to derive the 108-bed future need of Jan Evans was designed at a time where, we were looking at demographic population growth, and that formula was devised. But about a year after we moved into the building, we entered into the Juvenile Detention Alternative Initiative, the Casey Foundation, which was specifically designed to limit the use of unnecessary detention and only reserve it for those who represent public safety risks or other. And so because of those practices, we have never really had to use a third of the facility for actual housing. We do use it as far as rotations, and we're using it more frequently now for COVID-related precautions and some other things, so it helps maintain the facility. But we have not had to use anywhere close to that number of beds, and I'm knocking on wood. The day we moved into this building from our old detention center on Mill Street, which is now the renowned parking structure, there was over 90 youth that we transferred into this building. So if you look at the math, we've cut that in more than half by good practices. And so I think there's been some really good initiatives throughout the state of Nevada around juvenile justice reform. And so if you look at the rest of those numbers just indicate each individual jurisdiction's cost and their own stats reflected on this chart as asked by the committee. Now I'm going to scroll down, and the font's a little bit small, but these are things that we also currently collect with respect to data in the state of Nevada. And a lot of the, one thing that we're not short on is reporting in juvenile justice here in Nevada. If you've been around, you'll know we've had several initiatives around data collection and overall juvenile justice reform. We report to the LCB audits. There's the Governor's Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission. We have a new validated screening to the youth level of services inventory. Those numbers are all collected and sent to the Juvenile Justice Programs Office for standardized data collection. So there's several pathways our data moves around, and there's a lot of looks at different metrics throughout the juvenile justice system. So the chart that is on the screen before you now are some of the other kind of ancillary data collections that we track in Nevada currently. I would refer the reader down to, there was a question about if we were to transition the juvenile offenders in an integrated program, what would the anticipated cost be? I was somewhat unclear on that question, Mr. Chair. I suspect that it has something to do with the previous conversation with the housing of youthful offenders in adult correctional facilities, but I'm not positive on that. And so
I think I recall, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think that question might have been regarding the females, the teenage girls who've been sentenced in the adult system who are, according to Nevada Department of Corrections, being housed in Arizona now. I think that was the question as to what it might cost to house them either, I think, at an NDOC facility that complies with the sight and sound separation requirements of the Federal PREA Act, or possibly if there's possibility of having an agreement with a local juvenile detention facility such as the ones here in this chart. I think that was the question. Assemblyman Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair, I think that was your question. If I'm misstating it, please correct me.
No, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
And I don't know, Director Cervantes, if you information about that, or if you ever had to house a teenager who's been sentenced to the adult system and have this, or how you've handled that if you've had to, or been waiting the trial.
Yeah, again, Director Cervantes, the answer to the question is, I'll try to answer it the best I can, is that I don't know if we've ever housed somebody who was a young female offender currently residing in an adult prison. But our process for juvenile offenders going through the certification process looks like this. 62C, as in CAT 030, allows for a minor who's going through a certification process to petition the court to be housed back at the juvenile detention center. So that really starts with the public defender or the youth private counsel filing that petition. What we've done as a protocol in Washoe County is we've basically built a partnership with Washoe County Jail so that we have a general understanding that it's difficult in most cases for the jail to house youthful offenders because they're adult-driven jail, and we have, obviously the provisions that are more suited for juvenile offenders. So we have a protocol which starts with the filing of a petition request that the juvenile certification case be housed at Jan Evans. We then send management staff or another to go over and interview the minor, talk about what their stay would look like at Jan Evans, what the expectations were. And then, Mr. Chair, we've only not allowed one juvenile in the history of that practice in the department. And that was because that particular juvenile committed a serious bodily injury on another juvenile while in our facility and really excluded him from being placed here as a safety precaution. But generally, we are able to negotiate if bringing a kid back is in the best interest of the youth, the center, and the county jail. And it's a pretty seamless process for us. And again, it works really well in most cases. And it is a case-by-case kind of protocol.
Thank you very much, Director Cervantes. And Madam Vice Chair, does that get to where you were going? If not, please go ahead with any further questions.
No, I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And Director Cervantes, the examples you gave were all pre-adjudication for a child who, let's say, is facing adult charges that'd be before any sentencing, correct?
That is correct, but I have a caveat to that. We have, I believe, and I really need to double check with our division director, and I will get back to the committee on this to be sure that my points are correct. But But it seems to me that we had somebody who's actually gone through the process of the adult system with conviction, and we still held for a period of time, which was not in our normal practice. But I believe we have managed that case in the past, but I really would like to double check that and then report back to the committee on that to answer that question more accurately.
Thank you. I really appreciate, I think the whole committee appreciates that information. And how does the facility in Washoe County handle, let's say, a young adult who's still perhaps on juvenile probation, who's brought in maybe on a violation of juvenile probation, and now they're over 18, is complying with the federal PREA sight and sound separation a big challenge, or is that something you've already taken into account, or how does your facility handle that?
Well, it's when we have that case, because jurisdictionally, somebody over 18 that is on juvenile probation is still under the purview of the court, that sight and sound doesn't necessarily apply, Mr. Chair. Now, we are obviously very careful about our systems management with the age of our population, the sophistication of their offenses. We look at all of those dynamics anyway, but the sight and sound only applies if they go next door into the county detention center and the adult system and they're a juvenile. And one of the reasons that we try to really work cooperatively with the sheriff's office is because that does create some issues for them that they don't always have the infrastructure to achieve, like education we have on board. Everything at the Juvenile Justice Center is adolescent-based, including medicine and mental health. So we recognize those nuances and we try to bring most of those kids back when we can. And if they're 18 or 19, we still can bring those youth that are on our caseloads into our facility. There is, in some cases, if they're 18, 19, or 20 and they commit a probation violation, we look at those cases and some of those we will move over to the county detention center just based on chronological age, and that some of those new charges are going to be handled in the adult system and they've reached the age of majority. So again, there's a lot of case-by-case basis based on jurisdictional age and chronological age and when they've reached the age of majority.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but since I've already interrupted you, members, any additional questions now for the director? I'm not hearing any. Please proceed with your presentation.
Mr. Chair, that was the majority of what I had that I received from Ms. Sala was specifically related to the data collection that we're currently doing in Nevada. And I know that this is a kind of a minimalistic chart of that, but that's what I could gather in this short time. And again, I will reach out to Ms. Sala and have something a little more formal in writing back to the committee, and we will reach out to the rest of the jurisdictions if we're missing any data points or information on the chart that are presented. But essentially, we are reporting several data points to different avenues, including, again, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission, the Juvenile Justice Offices for the Division of Child and Family Services. We are now reporting the YLS and some of our evidence-based requirements. We also have metrics that have to be met if any jurisdictions are utilizing funds through what is called the Community Corrections Partnership Block Grant. All of those grants require certain metrics that are to be reported back to the Division of Child and Family Services Programs Offices for compliance. And so, again, this is a system which is certainly not missing a whole lot of data collection and translating that data. And there's pretty good regulation of what we collect and how we disseminate it. I will say that in the last session when AB 472 was passed, that was the Juvenile Justice Reform Act bill, which brought in a lot of standardization around data and how that data is moved back and forth. One of the elements and kind of the cornerstones of that bill was to try to develop a standardized case management system and a validated risk assessment tools that everybody in the state was using the same rating systems and screening, and then moving that information on with young people as they move through the system, including on to state correctional care. So there's a system in place that when a youth is evaluated for risk and needs, that information moves on to the state correctional centers and assists with placement and housing decisions for those folks as well. So we're really coming to an age where information is moving along in a much more packaged scenario, so it's easier to digest for the readers as we move that information along. Like I said, if you look on the back of that last part of that document I shared, you'll see some of those other data elements. We're getting into a place now in some of our other, NADG associations and the oversight commissions on, is there further data that we want to collect? And if so, what are we going to do with it? So the data, as we know, is as good as what we put in. And then what do we do with that data in the back end, and how do we utilize it? And I heard a request earlier in one of the previous presenters about how long do we track kids for recidivism, and how is it that we come to the numbers that we have? We do tracking every day. At least here in Washington County, we have a collection of what kids are in detention, what they're in there for, and a host of data points around those individuals while they're here for their residence, so that we know how to manage them. And then we move some of that information on to any pending placements that they are evaluated for. So there's a pretty good system in place. We're getting better at moving that data to the places that it needs to go for eventual decision making. The one area that is still kind of an outlier is that question about, I think somebody Moreno asked it, is how do you track beyond their end of jurisdiction in the juvenile justice system, which ends at 21? And the question I think that she was leading to is, how do we know that somebody that we provided service for in the juvenile system did or did not end up in the adult criminal justice system, either on probation or all the way into the state correctional system? And
they all have
that's kind of the gold standard of, the system works really well for most kids. How do you track that 10% that seems to trend through all the way to the adult system? And so that's kind of the final frontier of data collection and analysis for the system, is how do we really get that information? How is it trued up? And how do we match it to the kids that we serve in the juvenile system for that more longitudinal recidivism study? And so that is a question and a task that is always on the table and under discussion in many forums within the juvenile justice system in the valley.
Thank you very much, Director, for your presentation. Members, before I jump in, I have a couple questions. Members, are there any questions for Director Cervantes? Well, one question I have, or a couple of them, the Assembly Bill 449 talked about trying to come up with the cost of transitioning youth out of those adult facilities. And I'm sure we'll get more information about that later, but if it's possible to try to come up with that information, I think that would be very helpful, if you could provide that to the committee. And then one data point you had in that matrix, share with us. Depending on the
Chairman Armstrong, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm having some technical audio difficulties, and I cannot hear that last about 60% of your statement.
Sorry about that. Those staffing ratios that are on that chart, is that standard among juvenile detention facilities, or is how those are arrived at?
Yes, those are standardized staffing ratios, and we're also following the PREA compliance ratios that were implemented some years back. So those are pretty standardized ratios. And, it's really interesting. We could get into a really long discussion about ratios and the architecture of facilities. So, for example, if I know we keep using Jan Evans as an example, but the architecture of Jan Evans is built extremely safe and efficient for the programming and safe management of children in the facility. That's the good news. The other side is that it's very staff intensive, and there's a cost to provide that kind of programming and security efficiently and safely and healthy for kids that are in our care. And so when we talk about staffing ratios, it's important to remember the actual design of a facility, the overall staffing and budget compared to that. And we put some of those in the columns, and those are somewhat accurate, but they don't really depict the whole story from center to center. And so when we're talking about what does it cost to transition somebody back into a system from another, you know, I think for me there needs to be a lot of definition, Mr. Chair. If we're talking about how would we bring kids from, say, the state system into Jan Evans, you know, we would first have the discussion on detention centers are historically designed for short-term detention stays where youth are pending other outcomes, court proceedings, or placements in residential care or into a state correctional or county camp facility. And so part of it is pragmatic, and part of it is just building. You know, a staffing cost number would be relatively easy to give to you, Mr. Chair. For example, for us, if we opened up CPOD, which hasn't been used really since the time we've opened, because our practice is, you know, really pressed that we don't want to fill up the detention center. We want to use community-based resources and alternatives to detention, so our numbers stay low. If the question is, what would it cost to use that part of our facility for another purpose? The easy answer is we would need another, you know, 15 staff at X for a staffing cost of, you know, for us it would be $2 million. Then what we don't know is the ancillary costs of programming longer term care or facilities designed for more of a short term program. So there's some nuances inside that I think we could get those answered, but we really have to develop and dig into the questions about what exactly we're talking about to integrate somebody else in. So, you know, we have had the discussion, if I may, just a little bit. You know, several years back, there was the Supreme Court Subcommittee on Juvenile Justice. And one of the tasks that I was involved with, Mr. Chair, was similar to this question. It was focused around youthful offenders in the Department of Corrections. And, you know, what were options and systemic issues with having young people of that age in an adult facility. And there was the same discussion about management issues for the Department of Corrections. If you don't put it in the Department of Corrections, then it's convicted.
To be in his blue folder, the M's.
Yes. And so where would we then do that? So there was actually a robust conversation, and it included everything from designing a facility adjacent to the facilities in Carson Department of Corrections that would serve both juvenile justice youthful offenders that were committed to a juvenile justice correctional center, and partially that you could serve youthful offenders in the adult system up to age 24. And the concept really was that everything in that facility would be merit-based, that if adult offenders in adult corrections, you know, behave in the sense that they could manage in the juvenile side, they would stay there. And all of the programming, mental health, you know, competency development, all of those aspects would be adolescent, young adult based, with a real focus on, you know, not putting those kids into a much more stressful environment in the adult setting. And that's just generally speaking. And you know, we ran the numbers on costs, on construction, and you know, there was discussion about if you had that facility located closer to a metro area, you could then attract university contracts for mental health, psychiatry, all of those discussions that we've had for years over practices in juvenile justice would then be influenced into that setting. And so it was discussed, but we never really finished that conversation. And I think, and I'm gathering a new on this one, is that this is similar to the start of that conversation, and that's partially what that study was looking at.
I really appreciate your presentation today, and I think that there were some ideas that had a lot of merit that came out of that committee, and hopefully when we get some more information, this committee can look at those. And I know funding is a big issue with those ideas, but I think that those ideas have a lot of merit, and hopefully eventually we'll get there. Members, any additional questions for the director? I just have a quick question, and maybe if it's something you can get to the committee later, I don't expect you to have that information now, but I wondered, those staffing ratios in the chart you provided, if you could find out how that compares with other states in juvenile detention facilities, and also with I'd be interested to know how it compares with our state, youth correctional facilities. I can ask Mr. Armstrong that later. I think he's next on our agenda. And then I think you mentioned that the Jan Evans facility in Washoe County is a single cell facility. I wonder how that compares with the other juvenile facilities across the state, and if there's any information you either have or could provide us. I'd sure appreciate it.
For the record, Director Spence, I will make that happen for you, Mr. Chair. I'll get you that information.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Director. Members, unless there are any additional questions, I will move on now. We have agenda item, we're on item number 7. We're going to receive an update on juvenile justice programming, child welfare services in our state from Ross Armstrong, Administrator of the Division of Child and Family Services.
Good afternoon, committee. Again, this is Ross Armstrong, Administrator for the Division of Child and Family Services. With me in the room and then sprinkled throughout the state are our Deputy Administrators for the Division of Child and Family Services and Dr. Leon Raven from the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, who will be helpful to some questions towards the end. So I'm going to share my presentation real quick.
Thank you for joining us, Administrator Armstrong. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is a broad update, and of course we're happy to field any questions on any topics that the committee is interested in.
All the deputies and Dr. Raven.
And for today, we have, we're going to talk a little bit about the COVID-19 emergency, the fiscal emergency, and then some additional topics. And so we will start with COVID-19. I think I would echo Ms. Duffy's earlier comments about there being urgency in understanding that COVID-19 and its impact on schools creates a potential flood for the school to prison pipeline. And so the work we can do every day to avoid flooding that system is going to be critical. In terms of juvenile justice and child welfare, I'm going to talk a little bit today about our juvenile justice facilities across the state. That's where in our juvenile justice system we have the greatest risk of transmission and potential threat to our capacity to continue operations. And when it comes to child welfare, I'll talk about some of the federal flexibility that we've been granted and the unique dynamics of child welfare and COVID-19. So just as a quick review, the juvenile justice facilities we have in the state, we have juvenile detention centers, which Director Cervantes just talked about. Those are county operated. When we talk about COVID-19, it's important to remember they have greater variations of population. And what I mean by that is they have a lot more young people coming in and going out than some of the other types of facilities. And they are in those different counties you see there. The county camps are an intermediate residential placement for youth. There's one at Spring Mountain down in Clark County, and then China Spring in Douglas County for northern youth. And then we have our state youth centers that are operated by the Division of Child and Family Services in Elko, Caliente, and Las Vegas. In those centers, there's less variation in population. Our lengths of stay are between 6 and 9 months. and we have very controlled entry and exit. So it is very difficult in detention centers where you have kids coming off the street from law enforcement. You don't know where they've been, who they are a lot of times. For us, we have a pretty good sense of who is coming in and who is leaving our facilities. And so it's a little bit more controlled situation. You heard some of the mitigation efforts. There's better ones on the next page, so I'll skip that for now. We have been asking through the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission to receive updates on COVID-19 and its spread in facilities. The last update we received is that there have been over 360 tests administered for youth and staff. So far, 13 youth have tested positive, 12 in Clark County, and 1 at the Nevada Youth Training Center. That 1 at the Nevada Youth Training Center was a recent transfer from Clark County. And then 15 staff you can see there in the different counties, including 1 at our Nevada Youth Training Center. We are, at this point, at the state level for our state facilities, reporting any outbreaks we have in any of our facilities, whether they be juvenile justice or mental health, into the REDCap program, so that those feed directly into the state dashboard. So you can go onto the state dashboard for facility outbreaks on the NV Health Response site and take a look at the facility breakdown of youth and staff who are coming back positive for COVID. Instructions on how to use that REDCap system have gone to the counties. There's no mandate or legal requirement that the reporting be done, but we're clearly encouraging everybody to do it to help with transparency efforts. Across the state, facilities have worked on reducing populations, and in a lot of ways they've done that by increasing the threshold it takes to be actually admitted to the facility, and instead doing a lot more of citations and then return home or to a placement. There are lots of the facilities are doing temperature checks at the beginning and end of shifts, issuing masks and personal protective equipment, and then restrictions and screenings on visitors. DCFS specific efforts include those, and also include exposure screening and reporting forms we have for all staff in our division. If they are notified that they've been exposed or they believe they've been exposed, there's a process through our human resources team to report that, have it looked at, and determine what going forward should be the course of action. We've implemented now more aggressive pre-arrival testing requirements following a positive test at the Nevada Youth Training Center. And there's visitor screening, including temperatures and asking about symptoms or travel, and the increased use of video conferencing capabilities. As we've moved through the COVID-19 emergency, there's really been, we started with a very strict lockdown. We basically shut everything down. And then as we learn more about the spread of the disease and ways we can prevent the spread, those have loosened up. And we've been grateful for the ability to access some resources for the video conferencing capabilities to maintain family engagement and necessary mental health efforts. The testing so far has been symptom initiated or exposure related. We do not have full-blown testing of every person in every facility at this point. Youth are not a high-risk population in terms of obtaining an infection, and so we are working on a plan in the future to have more robust testing, but at this point it is purely symptom-based testing. I did want to share a little bit. Our first outbreak at a facility operated by the Division of Child and Family Services was at our Oasis treatment facility in Las Vegas. And you can see here what our response really was, both from the human resources side and then the facility side. The Oasis facility is organized in different housing units. And so my directive to our Deputy Administrator for Residential Services, Susie Miller, was put a big glass jar over that house and not let folks go in and out until we get an idea of who is positive, who's not positive, and what we need to do to clean and get back to the operations. The Southern Nevada Health District was tremendously helpful in providing test kits, getting those tested quickly so that we could determine how exactly to go about proceeding with responding to the outbreak. Communication up and down the chain was critical in terms of making sure that there were updates daily on who had been tested, who of the staff had been tested, and any results that had come back. And so at this point, I will just pause and see if there are questions about COVID-19 and our juvenile justice response. Susie Miller is available to take questions specific to facilities.
Thank you very much, Administrator. Members, any questions either for Administrator Armstrong or for Lead Deputy Administrator Miller? I just have a quick question. When there was the outbreak at the Oasis facility, did any of the children have to go to the hospital? Or were they, could you kind of give us a little more information about how the division handled that?
Susie Miller, Deputy Administrator for Residential. The children were seen by their pediatrician, but none of the children had to go to the hospital. So they were monitored once they tested positive by their pediatrician.
Thank you very much. And then one other question, Administrator Armstrong mentioned increased use of the video conferencing technology to try to help children and their families maintain family engagement. I know in the past, it seemed like, while it was challenging, especially for families in Clark County to get up to Caliente or Elko to visit, sometimes it would happen. Are you finding that children and families are taking advantage of that, or is there enough video capability and bandwidth for the Wi-Fi for kids to be able to speak to their families? How often are they allowed to? And is it in addition to phone calls? I just kind of wonder if this new technology is helping kids stay in touch with their families, when they're at NYTC or Caliente Youth Center.
Miller, Deputy Administrator over Residential. The video conferencing has actually supported the contact and the amount of times that they can meet with their families. The visitation has been about the same. Probably the biggest challenge we have is the Wi-Fi at Caliente, and we are working to increase that so that we have more options and more capability to provide for whether it's child and family teams or visitation.
It's great to hear. Thank you very much. Members, any additional questions either for Administrator Armstrong or Deputy Administrator Miller? All right, I'm not seeing any questions. Please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Let me share my screen again. Okay. In terms of the child welfare system, it's important to remember that so much of the child welfare system is driven from federal requirements and regulations and laws. And so the Federal Children's Bureau has granted states the flexibility as it relates to caseworker visit mandates. Early on, they started to permit video visits by caseworkers for their families. There's some extended foster care flexibility. That is a program we do not have in the state of Nevada, and so we have been unable to take advantage of that flexibility at this time. And then some licensing flexibility that we're working on to ensure federal reimbursement for families who may be able to do most of the licensing but not complete certain pieces of it due to COVID-19. Our Division of Child and Family Services Family Programs Office, really since the beginning of COVID, has worked to issue guidance memos to the 3 different child welfare agencies in the state. Those memos include the interpretation of the federal flexibility as it relates to our state policies, and also includes best practices for setting up visits and those other types of decision making, and the lines of communication between the Family Programs Office and the three child welfare agencies have remained open to address concerns as they come up. There are some unique challenges for congregate care. So, emergency shelters like Child Haven and Kids Cottage have some of the similar challenges of JJ detention facilities where youth are coming in and out, and that there's the potential for spread. Really for those facilities, there's risk not only for youth coming in to the facility from the community, but also as staff enter and leave their shifts. That's the threat of the spread as well. And they have those same variations in population in terms of entry and exit. The other thing to think about in terms of COVID spread risk in the Child Welfare Agency is, in your typical foster home, there will be multiple children from different families. And so as they're off visiting families or doing all of their things, there's dynamic intersections with different families, as opposed to a regular family that's not in the foster care system can do a lot of mitigation efforts in terms of limiting the number of exposure interactions they have in their daily lives. It's more difficult in the child welfare system. One of the most concerning things in the child welfare system since COVID has started is an absolute collapse in child abuse and neglect reports. And then we have some statistics there. You can see the blue lines are from last year and the orange lines are from this year. And you can see the collapse in reports start in March and continue through April and May. They even out in June and July. And what that really is, and the next slide really shows it, is that it's a complete collapse in reporting from educational personnel. Our teachers and other education staff members are tremendous allies in our fight against child abuse and neglect. They're mandated reporters. They get trained. They are very good about making reports when they suspect there's abuse and neglect. And with kids not in school, those reports are not coming in. And you can see in a normal year, June and July, school isn't happening anyway, and so those reports fall off. But certainly March, April, and May, just a tremendous drop in calls. And so we're closely monitoring to see what happens throughout the state as we go into the school year. And some counties bring back school partially hybrid, some are still on just all virtual, to monitor what that looks like. We are seeing somewhat steady in terms of investigations. I know Clark County has reported an increase in the number of actual substantiations. And so the reporting really helps inform the Child Welfare Agency into the whole picture of the family. And so we've been really communicating about, if you see something that's concerning, report it. You might not have the whole picture. You might not think what you have is quote unquote bad enough to report to a Child Welfare Agency, but that might be a missing part of the story that helps the Child Welfare Agency appropriately assess that they need to go out and get involved. So we've taken using the data, we've taken an aggressive approach. We've reallocated some federal funds for a public awareness campaign. So you may see these billboards throughout the state in English and in Spanish in all 3 of our regions. We've done a number of media interviews trying to raise that awareness that there's been this collapse in child abuse and neglect reporting as there's less trained folks with eyes on kids. Washoe County implemented a great unique partnership with carriers, so FedEx, the post office, and UPS, in training those folks how to spot child abuse and neglect, since folks are at home and they're delivering packages throughout the day. And so they're monitoring, how that is. But so far, that I think the feedback is those individuals in those professions were happy to get the training and are helping to make some reports. So that is really where we are in terms of, our biggest concern is that collapse in the abuse and neglect reports. And we still are trying to do our best to make sure that those lack of reports don't mean that we have a delayed ability to respond and that those responses are more intense.
Pardon me for sorry, it sounds like I just had a quick question about that. It sounds like you're getting ready to open up for questions. Pardon me for interrupting you.
Yes, we are good to go for questions.
Members, any questions either for Administrator Armstrong, the Deputy Administrator Miller, Dr. Raven, or anyone else who might be on our call for the meeting?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, so this issue of child abuse reporting and the decrease as a result of kids not being in school is one that should be concerning to all of us as a community. And I so appreciate how proactive the agency is being. Seems like there may be an opportunity to also look at where there were cases opened, but there wasn't a removal, or where there was a report, but not necessarily an investigation, that we have data on where there are vulnerable kids today. Has there been any work to do follow-up with any of those buckets of populations, or to go back and make sure that kids we know have had incidents in the home are safe today?
This is Administrator Armstrong. So when a call comes in, that it's either classified as information only or differential response, which involves a community agency that goes and helps a family. When we're talking about, does this family just need really some services? And then there's those that are triggered for investigation. And so that can be one of those things where if we've had a history with a family, perhaps there was a case, they were reunited, the case has been closed, and we get a report, that report might normally just be information only, but with that history, we decide it's time to, that we may want to just check in with that family. That's certainly something that the child welfare agencies are able to do. There has not been necessarily an identified population that we're saying we need to go in and double check on these families that we don't have a history or active case open on. Certainly those cases where there is a safety plan, maybe there's not court involvement, but the agency is working with a family in terms of providing safety services and wrapping services around that family. Those caseworkers are still working those cases, even though there's not court involvement.
That's helpful to know, and anything we can do to make sure that families know that just because the pandemic has changed the way we do the work, that the work has not stopped, I think is so important. And I would ask that if there's anything that I can do, and I would volunteer my fellow legislators on the committee to amplify the efforts that the agency is doing on reporting. I think it'd be really important for all of us to do our part there. Thank you.
This is Administrator Armstrong. The Children's Commission, chaired by Justice Kadish and Nancy Seda, held an emergency meeting and are working with community providers and agencies to pull together resources, and we will be setting up in the coming weeks a special section of the 211 website for families who need services and resources. So that proactive approach, how do we engage families where the normal intersections of engagement, school primarily, are not there to the level that they've been in the past.
Thank you very much for that answer, and thank you, Senator Cancela. And certainly, if there's anything you think the committee can do, I think we're all open to that during the interim or for any proposals. That collapse in reporting, is that something you're finding perhaps anecdotally around the country, or is it, do you expect that to, perhaps rebound once in-person school gets a little more, we have more kids going to in-person school? And then the program in Washoe County, are there any plans to try to implement that in the other counties? Because that sounds like a promising program to try to get help to those kids and families.
This is Administrator Armstrong. I will pass it off to Deputy Administrator Catherine Roos, who's the Deputy over Quality and Oversight, and she has some good information about those national trends and the different efforts in every county.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Catherine Roos, Deputy Administrator, DCFS. Yes, you're absolutely correct. This is a national trend. And so when it first started being recognized in Nevada, we reached out to a lot of our, some of our partners across the nation to see what other states were doing, did some Google searches to find public awareness campaigns, and started to try to assemble some ideas about what we could do in Nevada, and brought together representation from all 3 child welfare jurisdictions to share those ideas. So, Washoe County started the delivery program. There were some ideas to put information in restaurants that were open for delivery. That's where we came up with the idea for the public awareness campaign. So the function of our group was to share ideas and to allow the jurisdictions to go implement what made sense in their communities in terms of posters and libraries and truck stops and wherever we may be able to encounter people. And I think that it's important to note with the public awareness campaign, it really had two prongs. The first prong was to encourage folks to be aware and report child abuse and neglect. Excuse me. But the other prong was to really acknowledge that in times of stress, being a parent is harder than it is in general. And so we really wanted to position the division and child welfare agencies as a place where parents could go for resources. So we're just hoping that by taking this multi-pronged approach and by gathering information about what other states are doing and sharing information across jurisdictions, that we're really trying to address it from all areas.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator Rouse. Thank you so much. And members, any questions regarding reporting of abuse and neglect during this pandemic? I guess one last question I have, and I don't know if you have this information. If not, then maybe we could get it after the hearing. Are the populations then at, well, here in Clark County, we have Child Haven, but facilities like that for children who've been removed from the home due to allegations of abuse and neglect, are they comparable to what they were last year, those populations at facilities across the state like Child Haven, like what we have here, or have they gone down as well?
Deputy Administrator Roos, so unfortunately, I don't have those exact numbers. What I will tell you is that when the pandemic first started, of course, we acknowledged the challenge of congregate care settings in terms of spread and the danger associated with that. And so in the congregate care facility, such as Child Haven and Kids Cottage, there was an attempt to try to keep those populations low. And in some cases, we may put a sibling group at Child Haven to keep that sibling group together rather than splitting children up into various foster homes. But in order to keep those populations down, some rules like that were, we had to weigh the pros and cons in terms of the risk of spread in a congregate care facility versus keeping a sibling group together, for example, by placing them in homes in the community. So I would say that the populations are down. I don't have those exact numbers though.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the answer to the question. Members, any additional questions? Great, thank you. Well, please proceed if there's anything else, although I think that might, I don't know if there's anyone else you wish to speak, Administrator Armstrong. If not, we really appreciate you being here. But if there is anyone else, or if Dr. Raven wants to say anything, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I've got a couple more topics left on the slide, so I'll bring that back up for everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So I want to just talk a little bit about agency operations, because we're obviously, we remain concerned about the children and the families we serve. COVID also presents a threat to our ability to operate as agency. And so I just wanted to hit on that a little bit. It's a topic I don't think we've talked a lot about, and I keep making sure we are talking about because it's critical, right? Like we had the one positive test so far, NYTC. If an entire JJ facility has to have a glass jar over it because of an outbreak, then we have a lot less services all of a sudden for kids. And I think Bridget was hitting on it. Ms. Duffy was hitting on it in terms of talking about the school to prison pipeline. So our initial reaction was we had to do our part to spread the virus, or to stop the spread of the virus, including the families we serve, but also as team members. We put capacity limits on our offices to reduce the chance of widespread spread. In our offices, instituted mask wearing requirements and the like, really following the facts and the science. Our approach with our DCFS team members from the start has been to communicate a lot and arm them with facts and science so that they feel more empowered and act in a position of being empowered with that knowledge versus out of fear. I will say there was some substantial initial confusion about how state agencies could require materials like PPEs. It was tricky to navigate in terms of, we are a state agency, but then we're operating in the county, so we go to the county emergency team. That got sorted out pretty well. I just always send kudos to Caleb Cage, who's working on this every day in terms of helping us organize that and sort that out in terms of getting our needs met so that we could continue our operations. In addition to the disease, the virus itself, we've seen substantial secondary effects. We had a spike in the children's mobile crisis response team calls. We've started tracking which of those calls came in for a predominantly COVID-related stress, or if it was a secondary issue, or if the caller reported no issue. Those have leveled off a bit, but as the unemployment situation worsens, as the fiscal crisis continues, those bleed into behavioral health concerns. And so we continue to focus on those secondary effects. At DCFS, as we started to work through the different recovery phases, we initiated a COVID-19 recovery group. The chair is by Dick Lucy, we just heard from. It's a multidisciplinary team that includes individuals who are tasked there to lead for operations, facility safety, technology, health and behavioral health, human resources, and funding to coordinate it. They send weekly updates to all of our DCFS team members with critical updates in terms of the spread of the virus in the state of Nevada, changes to state policies, as we march through recovery, are there certain offices that can open up beyond the caps we've set on them. We were able to actually transfer, with the exception, of course, of our facility operations, we were able to move a lot of our administrative team to predominantly working from home fairly quickly, which was helpful to get, I think within 2 weeks, we had almost all of our services back online. And then some challenges and lessons for us in this to include pandemic planning as part of emergency planning. We've submitted a grant with the National Association of Juvenile Justice Administrators to enhance our pandemic planning. We do lots of great emergency planning for things like earthquakes and fires, but a pandemic is just so widespread. So, in the past, we've been able to mobilize around, say, a flood. We had floods in northern Nevada. We were able to quickly figure out which of our foster homes were in the flood zone, what are the secondary placements for those youth if they have to evacuate. The pandemic is so widespread and far-reaching, it's a whole different planning. And then to constantly monitor threats to our agency capacity. So we've talked about kids not being in school because schools are closed or in hybrid. Well, for our staff, and for so many of our staff that especially are at the entry level or in positions where, their compensation is on the lower end of the state compensation, this is creating incredible hardships. We've had some great potential candidates to come in and start working for us decline because they prioritize, they cannot balance the family and the new work. And so, I anticipate, if this continues at the same trajectory we're at, we may end up losing folks as some of the human resources tools that we have run out of steam or money or applicability. The hiring freeze that is still in place has made it difficult once we lose people to bring people back on board. We've been working with the governor's finance office to try to get the process as quickly as possible, but very, very few of our DCFS positions were exempt from the freeze, and so that remains a challenge as we move forward in trying to preserve our ability to maintain operations. That helps transfer into the fiscal emergency from the last legislative session. I know this is a policy group, so I won't dive too deep into the numbers, but when we're in this fiscal posture, it clearly impacts policy choices and services. So as part of the reductions in the special session, we reduced our juvenile justice facility capacity And we went to 64 beds at Caliente Youth Center, 48 at Nevada Youth Training Center, and maintained the capacity at Summit View. In addition, there were reductions. We are holding 5 rural child welfare positions open, 4 rural mental health care coordinator positions open, and then 7 children's clinical mental health positions throughout the state. We were funding for Washoe and Clark child welfare agencies was initially on the table. It was added back during the special session. Throughout the cuts, we were able to preserve our mental health beds, our mobile crisis unit, and a lot of other services. We really prioritize those services that we have a statutory mandate to provide and those that provide safety services in our analysis of what to propose for reductions. Talk a little bit about juvenile justice facilities since it was the largest cut, and can help to understand that with very few exceptions, mostly related to food and to education, all of our juvenile justice costs come out of the general fund. Any treatment, all of our youth are ineligible because of the federal prohibition on using Medicaid for prisoners. Even though these are young people in a juvenile justice facility, the federal government still views them as prisoners and therefore ineligible for Medicaid reimbursement. You can see over the last 3 years, we've had a decline in the total commitments, and our average daily census really took a hit between 2018 and 2019. Some of that is due to the Prison Rape Elimination Act, which we've already talked about, which mandates certain ratios. While they're advisory for county facilities, for state facilities, they are absolute mandates. And so if we're unable to hire staff, which becomes more difficult in times of prosperity, or frankly out in Elko when the price of gold goes up, we cannot, it's difficult to hire staff if they're, it's not a competitive salary, and you have to make sure you're getting the right type of person in that place. So if you take a look at the average commitments, a commitment is a youth coming from a county to the state. Over the last 5 years, that number has been 262. The average daily census has been 192. As of April 7th of this year, the census was 170. You may be aware that the governor required us to come up with multiple scenarios. In the 6 and 10% scenarios, we didn't reduce CYC as much, but in order to get to the 14% scenario, we did have to bring CYC all the way down to 64 beds. And that puts the current capacity to operate at 160 beds. Why are we seeing the decreases? I talked about the staffing shortages caused by the capacity reduction already in PREA. Also in 2017, we implemented the Nevada Juvenile Justice Reform Act. It is empowering local probation departments to use a standard risk and needs assessment. And so they're able to better plan and work with the youth based on their risks and needs. It really takes the attention away, for the most part, from what crime did this young person commit to what are their risks and needs? What can you do to reduce their likelihood of committing crime in the future? So in terms of operationalizing the reductions and mitigating the damage, at our juvenile justice facilities, we're going to focus more on specialization so that facilities meet certain needs through the youth level of service assessment. We're looking at creative use of state property. We have this land. We don't have the fiscal capacity to operate, state-operated beds. They're looking at in Elko of potentially bringing a child advocacy center to the property, which would allow for enhanced ability to investigate and prosecute child sexual abuse. There may be an opportunity to bring in transitional housing. So what are the services that are needed in the communities where facilities are that we can safely bring to the campus so that we're still using that land that the state has to improve the lives of the folks in that community. We're also going to need to focus on better aftercare planning and execution in terms of our Youth Parole Bureau. If we can reduce the number of revocations and recommitments to our facilities, that means there's more beds for youth that are coming to our facilities for the first time. And an opportunity to invest in prevention. And so in response to this committee's invitation to submit policy suggestions, the division has submitted one proposal that would, it wouldn't increase necessarily the budgetary allocation for our community corrections block granted counties. But it would say, okay, if you brought down your cost and you didn't spend all, let's say you spent $800 of your $1 million for your facility this fiscal year, take that $200,000 that was not spent on corrections and it invested the next year in our county prevention services. So when you hear Ms. Duffy talk about, working on improving the harbors, expanding the harbors, are there ways that we can, without necessarily expanding the amount of money that we budget, still take savings and money from other sources and reinvest them in the future and turn on an engine of prevention that could then lower corrections costs in the future and then increase that availability for money. So that has been submitted to the committee. In terms of our child welfare cuts, we have a lot of larger systems changes going on. I'll talk a little bit about Family First Prevention Services Act in a little bit. But there's a lot of changes going on in child welfare, and so those positions we're holding open. How can we support them? How can we change the way we're approaching families to mitigate that reduction? And then in terms of our children's mental health cuts, we have to take a look at who we're serving in the children's mental health arena. And I know that it's usually a topic for interim health, but I wanted to bring it up because a lot of our youth who are involved in juvenile justice and child welfare have a lot of mental and behavioral health needs. The Nevada behavioral health system has matured significantly over the last several years. The expansion of Medicaid has dropped the number of uninsured kids in the state by a tremendous amount. And so we have to take a look at the typical, what we would consider the typical customer of DCFS mental health services and say, are there now community providers that can serve that family better than us, that can give them a more holistic treatment for the whole family and not just the youth? And so taking a look at tapping into our federally qualified health centers and the local CCBHC to better serve families. So we're really taking a look at what does the future of mental health look like for the state. And some additional updates and topics of importance, some of which we've talked about. So the first one I want to talk about is racial and ethnic disparities. And we have to start this conversation with recognizing that both the child welfare and the juvenile justice system have roots aligned with racism. So for decades, child welfare workers would steal Native American children off the reservations in the name of safety, right, and then hand them off to white families for their protection until the Indian Child Welfare Act was passed in 1978, creating change. And as recently as the 1990s, and some of the facility thoughts that Director Cervantes talked about in terms of building Jan Evans and its size, we talked about super predators, and we locked up millions of young Black men to prevent them from escalating into the system. Well, that was not effective or true. And so when we talk about racial and ethnic disparities in this committee and in the Division of Child and Family Services, it's important to recognize our past and then take some actions. So we've been working on these issues prior to the most recent conversations that have occurred. Last year, we sent a team to Georgetown from our juvenile justice team to look at racial and ethnic disparities and get a certification in that. And I gotta say, when I first started with DCFS in juvenile justice, my approach to disproportionate minority contact was we're the state that we can't control who the counties send us. And so if the makeup of our facilities does not reflect our community, that's not on me, right? And we took a look at the data, and disparate impact was on DCFS because children of color had longer stays in our facilities, longer stays on parole, higher rates of parole revocation. So we're really taking a look at we can't fix all of it, but we have levers that we can start to pull to do our part. And so we have the Georgetown group. They've been working on a project related to those parole lengths of stay. Why are children of color staying so much longer? And we know that the longer they're on parole, the more likely they are to get caught in a violation, the more likely they are to escalate through the system or be returned. On the child welfare front, The Casey Family Programs Office, which is a tremendous partner in improving child welfare, reconvened their race equity group, and the next event is in October to help us tackle that. We know that children of color are removed from their homes at a higher rate than those that are not children of color, and that their outcomes, they wait longer in terms of adoption and those types of things. You're going to hear a little bit later from the Dave Thomas Foundation and Wendy's Wonderful Kids, which is tremendous in helping us attack that. Back in March, we had an invitation to the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Minority Health and Equity to come talk to our leadership team to understand that we have an Office of Minority Health and Equity and how can we collaborate. And it was like the week COVID just went crazy and everything changed. And so that got delayed, but we were able to have Ms. George come and talk to us in July and talk to our leadership team. And just in that 30 minutes she was with us, found wonderful points of collaboration to start to tackle this. But we can't be paralyzed in terms of this is such a big topic. We can't start, we have to start. And it can be small starts, but we have to actually start. And then I just want to talk a little bit in terms of the conversation around use of force. The division adopted the 8 can't wait policy proposals quickly. We infused those into our use of force. Our parole counselors, our facility staff, none of them carry firearms. And so those parts of the 8 can't wait were not applicable. I think what will be the real game changer for the Division of Child and Family Services is that duty to intervene. We had a review system before and we enhanced that. We've always had a requirement that our staff are mandatory reporters and report abuse and neglect, but an actual proactive duty to intervene. When you look back at the instances in DCFS in our facility history that were ugly, terrible incidents, had there been that proactive duty to intervene, we may have reduced the harm. And if it wouldn't have stopped those terrible acts, it would have at least empowered the agency to take appropriate action afterwards. So that's our current work in terms of racial and ethnic disparities. The Family First Prevention Services Act is another topic. We continue to plan that. You'll hear a little bit about that, I think, in another presentation. So I'll just let you know, locally, we're working on the placement requirements and the prevention services requirements. COVID-19, and more importantly, the fiscal collapse following COVID-19 has really slowed our progress, or at least slowed our, decreased our desire to move quicker than the feds say we have to move because we don't have the resources truly to take full advantage of it. There was some Transition Act funding, and we're working strategically to use that federal funding, and you'll hear about that in another presentation today. So, and again, the Family First Prevention Services Act is great because it talks about that front end. You'll hear from the Dave Thomas Foundation and Wendy's Wonderful Kids about efforts on the back end, trying to work the system from both ends to reduce the number of kids who are not living with their family. And then juvenile competency was discussed a little bit today. I know it's part of your study. We've submitted a substantial presentation information from the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, who operates Lakes Crossing and knows the adult system. The statute changed in 2015, and a system to address it when a youth is not competent has not followed. I think Ms. Duffy talked about being trapped in cases where she can't do anything, and she gave some great examples. One of the things that is tricky when talking about juvenile competency versus competency in the adult system is that just child development in general adds an additional layer of complications in determining competency and the right path forward. So some key decisions in developing a system include how do you, what are your qualifications and certifications of examiners? And then how do you deliver the restoration services? Are those best handled in a facility? Are they best handled in a secure community-based setting? Those are some key decision points for this committee to consider and to discuss, I think, in their report in AB 449. Dr. Raven, who is on the line with us, provided the information for that much larger presentation that was submitted, and I'm sure he would be happy to answer any questions you have related to the issue of competency. So that concludes my presentation. We are all standing ready to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Administrator. Thank you very much for the thorough presentation and everything you're doing to try to help the children in your facilities and on youth parole during this time of the pandemic. All the stresses on families as well as the children in the youth neglect system. Members, are there any questions that members have for Administrator Armstrong or any of the deputies or Dr. Raven right now? I have a few, but I want members to have the opportunity to jump in.
I have a comment, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Mr. Armstrong just how powerful it is to have leadership that recognizes how structural racism has played into our policy making from its inception and what a difference that makes in the lives of our most vulnerable children. I appreciate your leadership and your recognition of that, and I'm committed to be an ally in the work and do anything I can to help further that perspective as it relates to your mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment, Senator Kinsella.
Hi, this is Senator Hammer.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Yeah, Director Armstrong, two things that came to mind.
Yes, go ahead.
Referring to UPS and other delivery systems. I'm sorry, yes, Director Armstrong. Going back to a couple of the comments you made in regards to delivery systems, UPS and others that you're using. What is the training? Excuse me. What is the training they're receiving? How many hours? What are they? Is it the same training that you're trying to give to staff and teachers at school? Can you kind of give us an insight on what you're trying to get them to do, or how you're training them? And then
in terms of, I think, I didn't quite catch the second question, but in terms of the training, we can get that from Washoe County. That's a Washoe County program. You know, most of the training surrounding child abuse and neglect is to recognize it. What does it look like? And then how to report. So we will certainly request from Washoe County what that looks like, what the time frame is, and report back to the committee.
Secondly, the second question hadn't come up yet. The second question was the 8 that can't wait. You had told us that there's, when it comes to the arms, anything with arms they don't have to apply. Of the 8 things that can't wait, what did apply other than, I think you told us about the one that did apply to you? How many of those 8 that can't wait did apply in your staff?
Yeah, so this is Administrator Armstrong. So what we did is there's a requirement of de-escalation, which we already had and was enhanced. There was the duty to intervene, which was there. A ban on the chokeholds and strangleholds applied for both our facilities. We don't have firearms. We do have OC spray, and so we applied the exhausting all alternatives before shooting and the warning before shooting to the deployment of OC spray. And so those we applied, partially. The use of force continuum, which includes that de-escalation, but then what use of force is available based on the behavior we're observing, we applied. Really, there's a ban on shooting at moving vehicles. I think if I had a parole counselor try to OC spray a moving vehicle, we'd have different conversations about the job. But so that one was probably the one that didn't apply the most. And then comprehensive reporting. So tracking if we have particular staff that are coming up a lot in terms of using force. And then we've put together a statewide review team for use of force from all the facilities and parole. Includes mental health and other people at the table to review uses of force on a regular basis and report back in terms of health. those are the different policies within the 18th week that we use.
Thank you, Senator Hammond. Thank you, Administrator Armstrong. Senator Hammond, did you have an additional question?
No, I did not. I'm good.
Thank you. And I just have a quick follow-up on Senator Hammond's question in terms of the use of the OC spray on the children at the state correctional facilities. Have rates gone down, recently in terms of when that is used and how it's used? Do you have any information on that? And if not now, maybe give us some in the future. But
this is Administrator Armstrong, and I will let Deputy Miller pop in if I say something completely wrong. The Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission took a look at use of force and OC spray in January of this year. And the use of it, first of all, we don't have it at all at Caliana Youth Center. It's only at Summit View and NYTC. The use of it at Summit View has declined over the last year to 18 months substantially as we've worked on retraining some staff and putting parameters around its use. And there's less use than some of our local counterparts in detention facilities. And some of that, makes sense that you have that more kind of dynamic, chaotic setting in a detention center versus a correctional center. So I can get you certainly those numbers. Since I mentioned the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission, one of the things that I wanted to bring up in talking about racial and ethnic disparities, because I thought you had some great questions at the last meeting about, does your Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission reflect the community? And the answer is no. And I will say there's an opportunity to partner. There are still a handful of vacancies on the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission and the advisory committee to that commission that are appointments the governor makes that are names that the legislature puts forward. And so the legislature has an opportunity to make sure that that's an opportunity to make sure that we begin the work of making our commissions and committees reflect the racial and ethnic makeup of our state. But it's difficult. And so certainly as there are policy proposals where the legislature is asked to establish different committees or commissions or consortium, I would encourage taking a real look at how prescriptive those enabling statutes are. When we take a look at the JJOC, those seats that are appointed by the legislature or recommended by the legislature, appointed by the governor, are the most flexible in terms of who gets in those seats. There's some other ones that require, this representative from this agency. Well, if that person in that seat is not a person of color, then you're not going to have diversity coming from that seat. And so certainly that is one area where a topic from the last one, I'm taking a look at. I was asked to make some appointments to behavioral health, Children's Mental Health Consortium in Las Vegas, and I said, hey, can you send me the racial and ethnic makeup of that group right now? Because I want to know what it is, and is there a way that any of the new appointments we make, we have to make sure that those committees that are talking about and making discussions about our systems at least reflect Nevada. We know that there's disproportionate representation in our system, and so if they look more like our system, that's even better. But that's one opportunity, since I just remembered about the Juvenile Justice Oversight Commission.
Thank you, Administrator Armstrong. That's an excellent comment, and I think it would be great, if anyone's interested, maybe they could reach out to you. A couple of other questions I had. If you could get us data as to the kids that are at Caliente Youth Center, Nevada Youth Training Center, and Summit View, as to racial background, ethnicity, I think that would be good if we could get for current population. How many kids does your division have placed out of state? I know that that's rare, but sometimes the division will place kids either out of state at a correctional facility or a mental health treatment facility. I just wonder if you know how many are out of state right now.
Yeah, I'll get you the number on the for each facility and the racial and ethnic makeup. It is also does not reflect the state. I think we have, it's close to 50% African American, and Nevada is not near that. In terms of youth out of state, this week we have 55 Nevada kids that are in either a juvenile justice agency or a child welfare agency out of state. DCFS used to have a contract with the correctional facility in Texas for 3 beds for juvenile justice youth that would not, we could not serve here. We have not used that in quite some time. There are no youth in that current out-of-state correctional facility at this current time. Since some of you has been able to maintain continuous operations, I know, Mr. Chair, you're aware of the opening and closing of some of you. Because it is a secure facility, we've been able to maintain those operations now for a good bit of time. The need for that facility in Texas has been substantially reduced. We have a regular report of out-of-state youth for those mental health facilities, and I am happy we will send that to you. We just presented yesterday to the Capital Improvement Board for consideration and advanced planning for a second children's hospital or residential facility to be built on the Charleston campus. Given our current economic situation, I don't think that is likely, but I would like some advanced planning to bring, it would be 58 beds, so we could potentially bring almost all of those kids home from out of state. The vast majority are in Utah, I can tell you that, but we have a great report that shows what state they're in, who the sending agency is, and the breakdown. I will double check. I don't think we have it handy in terms of the racial and ethnic breakdown, but we can come up with that. We do have it by gender and also by which system, whether it's a juvenile justice system or a child welfare system that the kid is placed out of state.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That information I think would be useful to me and the committee. And so those 55 kids, they're out of state, not at youth correctional placements, but at mental health placements or substance abuse placements. Is that correct, or is it a mixture of both?
That's correct. No correctional placements. They are secure treatment facilities. In a lot of cases, we see either a dual diagnosis of a developmental disability and severe mental health issues. There are some out of state facilities that specialize in treating victims of sex trafficking and some more intense substance abuse issues. And so if we were to get the funding to move forward with the planning phase of an additional facility on the Charleston campus, we would take a look at what those services are out of state and see if there's a way we can bring those kids home.
Thank you. And I've just got a couple more questions. For children in either the state correctional facilities or out of state who are what we call the dual ward kids, who are also wards of the state, due to an abuse and neglect case against their parents. Many years ago, former Speaker Barbara Buckley sponsored Assembly Bill 350 that tries to help those children when they become young adults and try to provide some funding either for an apartment or maybe to try to get started in school so that they hopefully land on their feet. For those kids that are, with one of the state youth correctional facilities or out of state or maybe on youth parole, do you know if there's any effort to try and connect those kids, to help them make sure that if they are eligible for those funds, they'll know about it and hopefully be able to try to get those funds to try to land on their feet as young adults as they mature into their 18, 19 years of age?
Yeah, this is Administrator Armstrong. So for the AB 350 or the continuing jurisdiction youth, there's a pretty solid process where they talk with their social worker and the court to get approved for that. Last session, Assembly Bill 150 passed, which required us to explore the formal federal extended foster care program. We'll hear a little bit about that today. That report is almost complete and will be submitted to this committee in terms of maximizing funding available for that. Our juvenile justice youth that are at our facilities and in DCFS custody, because currently the law allows a juvenile court and DCFS to be involved with those youth up until 21. Their parole counselor is really responsible for making sure that they're connected to those. We had a great partnership with the welfare division to make sure we had welfare eligibility workers come to parole offices on the day of releases to make sure the families were signed up for all the benefits, like SNAP and TANF and all those that they could. But there's not a specific AB 350 type of program for youth that are just purely juvenile justice youth.
But for the dual award kids, it sounds like you're making a great effort to try to connect them, make sure that they know and hopefully will qualify for that. Then I appreciate that answer. And then you mentioned the difficulties with staffing now with the pandemic. Do you think that you'll be able to continue to stay at the federal PREA ratios for staffing at youth correctional facilities? And in terms of staffing for mental health treatment, substance abuse treatment, sex offender treatment, do you think you'll be able to keep that staffing, going with the problems we're facing right now with the pandemic and everything else you're facing?
This is Administrator Armstrong. One of the reasons that the special session decision unit talked about the reduction in capacity was to make sure we had the funds and the staffing positions available to meet the PREA ratios and maintain that census. Currently for our mental health facilities like Oasis and Adolescent Treatment Center up north, the difficulty is not in the funding, but just working through the process. So the freeze is still in effect. In order to hire a state position, for each position, we have to go through a multi-layer approval process. And so we're waiting to hear back on a number of mental health positions, the Oasis facility right now, which could hold, I think, up to 12 youth, I think has 5 because we can't get the staff up and running. It's also one of those things that is kind of you look at both sides of a scale. When the economy has a dip, our ability to hire actually goes up because there are less positions out there that compete with us for hiring folks. When the economy is really roaring and going strong, it can be harder just because we're not competitive. So I do think that for the juvenile justice facilities, we've been historically able to maintain those census numbers that are currently in this proposal. I'll give you, so Caliente, for example, was having a really hard time hiring. And even though the legislature approved 112 beds in the last session, we have not been able to operate at that level since those positions were approved. They've been at about 80 as being able to have enough staff to serve 80 youth. So the capacities as reset in the last special session, I have confidence we can maintain as we go forward. The tricky part in terms of a threat and the pandemic is if there's an outbreak of staff and they're not able to come to campus, we may have a temporary reduction in capacity just because we have staff that are home and quarantined and trying to recover from the virus.
Thank you very much. And I apologize, members, for asking too many questions. I hope, please jump in if you have any other ones. The staffing ratios that the state correctional facilities operate under the federal PREA standards, are the local detention facilities that we saw data from earlier from Director Cervantes, are they in line with the ratios that you're operating under the federal PREA standards? Because you mentioned that was they were not mandated for the local detention facilities.
Yeah, this is Administrator Armstrong, and I'll kind of walk through PREA because it's always interesting when the federal government is trying to dictate state operations, and so it's all done through funding. So the PREA requirements apply to any state-operated or contracted facilities of beds. It applies to, so our adult correction system has to follow PREA standards. Our juvenile justice state-operated facilities has to follow PREA standards. Those are 1 to 8 during the day and 1 to 16 at night. And so the governor has to certify to the Department of Justice every year that either the state of Nevada is compliant or is working towards compliant. If we are not compliant, then we get a reduction in our juvenile justice federal grants, and the Department of Public Safety gets a reduction in their grants under the JAG program. That is the penalty for noncompliance. It also raises a lot of litigation exposure if there's a standard out there and you're not following it. And so for the local detention facilities, that's their biggest threat is the potential litigation. The ratios, the adult facilities don't have a ratio requirement. The juvenile facilities do. And the staffing ratio is one of many requirements. There was some discussions earlier, especially in terms of Lovelock and what do we do with these youthful offenders. The other federal law that this committee should be aware of is not just the Prison Rape Elimination Act, but the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act. That really has requirements surrounding sight and sound separation at all facilities. So while PREA is pretty limited to state-operated facilities in terms of the absolute mandate, the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act, and it was recently updated to essentially say at no point should a offender who's under 18 be in a facility with people who are over 18, with a couple of years to implement that. So as you're taking a look at these policy decisions and understanding that sight and sound separation, it's discussed in the adult PREA standards a little bit, it really comes from the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act.
Thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Members, any questions for the administrator or any of his deputies or for Dr. Raven? I guess the only question I'd have for Dr. Raven is, are there any comments you'd like to make regarding the presentation or issues? I appreciate your being here on the call. Please go ahead if you'd like to, Doctor. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you. So, this is Dr. Leon Raven for the record. I really don't have any comments. I hope the information that we submitted to you was helpful, and if any of the members of the committee have any questions to me afterwards, I would be happy to provide additional explanation. I believe my contact information is included with the presentation.
I guess one question I have, and I apologize if don't mean to put you on the spot, and if it's not anything you have information on now, perhaps you can provide it to us in the future. But in terms of the children in the state youth facilities who are prescribed, let's say, psychiatric medication, maybe they've not been diagnosed in the past, and this is the first chance they've had to interact with a mental health professional. Do you have any data as to how compliant those children are on medication management once they are released on youth parole? Are they following up with a mental health professional? Are they continuing the course of medication? Do you have any information about that? And if not, could you get it to us?
He doesn't.
I'm sorry, I don't have this information.
And he can't
I will work with Mr. Armstrong to see if we are able to get this information to you. I can only speak to general terms, and I'm only familiar with adult psychiatry, that in generally follow-up is greatly dependent on availability of resources, and the access to care is still a significant problem across the state. So we will try to get the accurate data to you.
Thank you very much. And since I've opened the door, just if you could also get us any information about how many children that are committed to the state might need the help of one of the regional centers into their adult years, I think, and maybe get that help if there's any data. And if the data doesn't exist, then I understand that you can't give us information you don't have, but if you can, we'd appreciate it.
Oh, wow. If it doesn't exist,
again, I will work with Ross Armstrong to see if we would be able to get you this data.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Members, any additional questions? Great. Thank you, Administrator Armstrong. Thank you to your deputy administrators. Thank you, Dr. Raven. Appreciate the presentation, the information, and how hard you're working and try to help our children in your care.
Thank you.
I'll move on to agenda item number 8. We have a presentation on Wendy's Wonderful Kids Foster Adoption Program. We are going to have Jessica Rowe, the Nevada Director of Programs, the Adoption Exchange, and Rita Soronen, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your patience. I know it's been a long morning or afternoon now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I am Rita Soronen, President and CEO of the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, and we're honored to be here today at this hearing to talk about a partnership that we have in the state of Nevada with the Adoption Exchange, and as part of a national program that works on behalf of children in foster care who are most at risk of turning 18 and they're available for adoption, but are at risk of turning 18 and leaving the system without a family. So I will share my screen and do a little bit of just a brief overview of the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, the program that we're talking about, and then hand it over to Jessica for her specifics on the work in the state of Nevada. And I'm assuming you can see the screen, so I will get started. The program is called Wendy's Wonderful Kids. And just by way of a little bit of a background, the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is a national nonprofit public charity. We have a singular mission to dramatically increase the number of adoptions of children waiting in North America's foster care system. And not unlike Director Armstrong and all of the others here today, we have that vision, I think, that we all carry from this committee and elsewhere, that every child has the best opportunity for safety, security, and certainly specifically for the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption and the Adoption Exchange, a safe, permanent, and loving family. And that we believe that every child is adoptable, that no child should age out of foster care. We were founded by Dave Thomas, of course, the founder of the Wendy's Company and the Wendy's franchise system. But more importantly for us, he was adopted and he created the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption in order to look at where are gaps in services. How do we step in with resources and partnerships and collaborations in order to assure that every child can have a safe, loving, and permanent home? And we live by his quote every day, as I know this committee does as well, that these children are not someone else's responsibility. They are our responsibility. So more than a decade ago, we began to look at how was the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption stepping into this space? What could we do that was different, perhaps not overlapping with services, and really drill down on gaps and needs? And what we saw then in the early 2000s is not so different than what we see today in the child welfare system, that there are still too many youth who age out of foster care. The most recent federal numbers just came out, and the number of youth who are aging out went back up a little bit, but it has hovered for years around this number of about 20,000 children nationally every year turn 18 and leave the foster care system without the family we promised them. These are children who had been freed for adoption, whose goal was to have an adoptive family, and we failed 20,000 children year over year over year. But if you look down in those numbers a little bit more, another 16,000 have a case plan goal of emancipation, and another 7,000 had a case plan of long-term foster care. So when you add those numbers together, not only the current number of 20,000, but those who are on the path forward, a significant number of youth were asking to leave the system without a permanent family. We also know from research what happens to those children who age out of foster care. And I think it's pertinent to the conversation that you're having today relative to juvenile justice, that they're at a much more elevated risk of homelessness that first year out of care, of being undereducated, unemployed, of moving back into systems like the criminal justice system. They're at a higher risk of addiction and early parenting. So our job is really as much living up to our promise of finding them family as it is prevention of those long-term human impacts, and then of course economic impacts on system when children move into negative consequences. We also know today and for decades that there are scarce resources across the nation. So how do we effectively look at implementing innovative programs that can move these children into adoptive homes while we save states critical dollars? We looked at what were the emerging best practices that were dealing with these older youth in care who were at risk of aging out. And what we found is there was a lack of evidence-based practices. There are a lot of anecdotal practices, typically public displays of children, that we hoped would be successful in matching them with families. But again, we'll look at the next slide, that target population of children that we're looking at, typically public displays aren't as effective. And then when you ask, well, who's responsible? If a child in your system ages out of care in Nevada or in Ohio or in California, who ultimately takes responsibility? Is it the governor? Is it the child welfare administrator? Is it the social worker charged with the case? Is it business in the community or faith-based organizations? Who takes that ultimate responsibility for that child? And what we found, of course, is that it was inconsistent responsibility. And so how do we begin to define who are those children most at risk of aging out of care for whom we could apply specific and intensive resources in order to turn this around. And we defined this population as children age 9 or older. We know from research that a day a child turns 9 in foster care, if they have been freed for adoption, and 9 is not that old as a child, but the day that they turn 9, their likelihood of being adopted decreases significantly. So that became our immediate focus population of children that needed different kind of service. Children who've been in foster care 2 years or more waiting for a family. The longer a child is in care, the more likely they are to not find a permanent family. Children in sibling groups, children with special needs. Again, we do a great job in child welfare systems of asking folks to come into the foster care system as potential foster parents or adoptive parents, or when you talk to the general public and they're thinking about adopting, their notion is not necessarily thinking immediately about adopting a sibling group of 3, 2 of whom are age 12 and 15, 1 of whom has special needs. So these are difficult populations to simply say to a strange population of potential foster adoptive parents coming in the door, here's your ideal family. These are children who linger in the system, who aren't necessarily at the top of foster or adoptive parents lists for adopting. And then children in long-term foster care, children who are without an identified adoptive resource. And what we did is we looked at emerging best practices at the time, and this was around 2003. And we said, let's create our own strategy for dealing with this focused population of children. We called it child-focused recruitment, but we also went to our, at that time, best philanthropic partners, the franchisees of the Wendy's system, and said, if you help increase your resource donations to the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, we'd like to test what we think is an innovative program that can move some of the longest waiting children out of foster care and into adoptive homes. And so we came up with a strategy of applying grant-based resources to organizations, large or small, public or private, who would help us test this strategy that you see on the screen in front of you now that says, in order to move these children into permanency, we have to do something different. And first of all, if an agency can hire a full-time adoption professional, an adoption recruiter, who will implement this program, we think we'll see change. But that full-time adoption professional has to carry a smaller caseload. It can't be 30 or 40 children. It has to be a smaller caseload of 15 to 20 children so that they can develop and build a meaningful relationship with that child. Because what we know is as that trust develops, as a consistent professional stays in that child's life, there is an incredible amount of information that will come from that child or youth about adults, meaningful adults in their family who could potentially be potential adoptive resources. And then part of the strategy is for the adoption recruiter to do a deep dive into the child's case file. What we find is on average the children that we're serving now have been in care for an average of 4 or 5 years. So in that time, there has been an incredible amount of history, information, what's happened to this child, what is their journey, and again, who are the potential adults in this child's life that could turn into adoptive resources. And then the adoption recruiter works very dynamically with all of the professionals on the child's case, with in partnership with the child's caseworker, works with the CASA guardians ad litem, the children's attorneys, anyone that's involved with this child. It is a collaborative relationship in order to see what's best for this child. Critical to this is conducting a diligent search. In other words, a scan of who is in this child's network, including relatives. There still remains in too many child welfare systems that old notion that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So that if the child is in care because of abuse or neglect, then anyone in the child's family isn't safe for them, when that may not be the case. That there are extended family members that, if they knew this child was available for adoption or had the right support to move forward, could keep that child in a family and move toward permanency for that child. Part of the job of the child-focused recruiter is to also assure, along with the children's team, that this child understands what adoption means, that addresses those pushbacks that an older youth may have. Frequently, a child says no to adoption. When a judge asks, do you want to be adopted? They say no. And so what we have to do is get behind that no. Why does a child say no? I don't want to be adopted, and then we move them toward emancipation. Because they don't want to be disloyal to their family of origin, because they're fearful of being re-abused, because they don't want to move to another school system or move out of perhaps the foster care home that they've been in for 4 or 5 years. All of those fears need to be addressed, but a child that's 12 or 13 or 15 or 17 just sees it as, no thank you, I'm ready to be on my own, get me out of this system, right? So assure that the youth understands these conversations, can help address the fears and prepare this child for adoption. And then the work of the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption staff, as we give a grant to an organization to hire this full-time recruiter to put this strategy in place, is helping to maintain rigorous reporting, to provide training in the model so that there's consistency from state to state, from city to city, from organization to organization in this model, because we know it works, and to maintain all of the monthly data and record keeping that's critical to be able to provide assessment and evaluation and trending of this program. Which leads me to the next slide. So we started this project as a pilot project in 2004 in 7 cities across the nation. We very quickly were able to generate the kind of resources to grow this program so that by 2008, we had a footprint in all 50 states with recruiters in all 50 states. Now, it may have been 1 or 2 recruiters in a state, which was lovely for that caseload of 15 or 20 children, but it certainly didn't serve the total population needs in that state. But what we also knew is, again, there were no deep evaluations of what appeared to be good practices. So in 2007, we engaged Child Trends out of Washington, D.C. to do a rigorous 5-year randomized control trial evaluation comparing the Wendy's Wonderful Kids child-focused recruitment model against business as usual in 26 states, so that we could find out truly, does this program work at an evidence-based level? We were seeing adoptions turn around, we were seeing incredible success with numbers, but we weren't sure at an evidence level if this was truth. And the rigorous evaluation encompassed 3 phases: a descriptive study, who are these children served, what are the circumstances around these children, and impact evaluation. Does this program enhance the likelihood of adoption? And a process evaluation, talking to the children, surveying the parents, surveying judges, surveying all of the players in the child's case, and helping to discern and pull out, are there barriers to this process? Are there barriers to implementation? And what are the facilitators to this implementation? We simply needed to know if at an evidence-based level, if this program works. When we released the research in 2011, what we found was, yes, it works. And what Child Trends said was it substantially and significantly increases adoptions from foster care. My sense is that researchers don't use the words substantially or significantly unless there really is data behind that. And indeed there was. That on average, a child served by this program are more than 1.5 times more likely to be adopted. But perhaps counterintuitively, even to some of us in this room today, the older a child is when served by this program, the more likely they are to be adopted, up to 3 times more likely, or 300% more likely to be adopted. And children with specific mental health needs are more than 3 times more likely to be adopted. Significantly, through that process evaluation that we did and interviews with youth, what we found is one of those barriers to getting a child adopted is if they are opposed to adoption, then it doesn't move forward. This program significantly reduces that opposition to adoption for the reasons that perhaps are intuitive to all of us, right? If you develop a relationship with your recruiter who stays on the case for the lifetime that this child hopefully is on that case, develops the kind of trusting relationship, then those conversations can happen to unpack the opposition to adoption and help the child understand that there is long-term value to family, that this is something important in their lives. So I want to take you just through one case study that gets us to where we are today in Nevada and states across the nation. When the research was released in 2011, prior to that in Ohio, in our home state, we are in Columbus, Ohio, we had been privately funding 7 recruiters across the state. Again, not enough to serve the total need, but it was the maximum that our resources could afford. In 2011, with the research release, we approached the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services and asked if there was any possible way that we could work together at a public-private partnership level and work to increase the number of recruiters that were in Ohio to see if we could significantly enhance this work across the state of Ohio. And in 2012, the department engaged in a public-private partnership with the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption that today now supports 58 of these recruiters in 19 agencies in nearly all 88 of Ohio's counties. Significant to this is not only that we're now addressing both that moral and legal imperative that states have to move children who are waiting to be adopted to permanency, but there is a return on investment to states. When you get children out of expensive foster care and into adoptive homes, what the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services calculated was at a point in time, there was nearly a 20% increase in older youth adoptions, and to date, with the dollars that have been invested in this program, an $86 million return on investment to the state to date. That calculation comes from the department having looked at children adopted through the Wendy's Wonderful Kids services, comparing and digging into the SACWIS system in the department. And they looked at the average foster care maintenance rate for those children, took out the subsidy rate that was given to families, and then took the average number of years that, for example, if a 15-year-old was adopted, their likelihood of staying in care for 3 more years, averaged out that cost for 3 more years, and that's where that return on investment calculation came in. So again, the program works. It moves children into permanency, which is what we should be doing, but it also saves critical dollars, particularly now in strapped budgets. You'll see the statistics there. We've had more than 1,100 adoptions of children in the state of Ohio. Currently, there are 823 on the caseloads in Ohio, and it became our model program to do what we're doing today, which is talking to states across the nation, asking that same question: is there any possible way that we can take this program to scale, serve the majority of children in that focused population, children age 9 and older, children in sibling groups, children have been freed for adoption but have no identified adoptive resource, children who've been in care a significant amount of time, and who are most at risk of aging out of care. We're now scaled or scaling in 11 states and 1 province in Canada, and we're so proud of our partnership in Nevada, where we have significant scaling occurring. It is really the reason that we're here in this committee today. I'm happy to take questions now or turn it over to Jessica Rowe, and we can both take questions at the end.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for everything you're doing. Members, any questions now? I'm not hearing any, so please continue.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Vice Chair, please go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to commend this organization. As a former foster child who was adopted, and my parents continued being foster of children who aged out our home. But my parents made it a point to let them know that our home went off to college or whatever. They were amazing parents. But I want to thank you for what you're doing. the impact you're going to have on children's lives is just amazing. So I just want
Assemblywoman, thank you. Appreciate those comments. And we appreciate the partnership and your support, and certainly Administrator Armstrong's support. We wouldn't be in Nevada without his support as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Chair, for comments, and please continue.
Great, thank you. Hold on one second. I think my screen sharing stopped. Let's see, let's try this again. Okay, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. I hope the other members can. If you
I'm
can't,
having
please.
some difficulty. Okay, we're gonna go with it. I'm gonna minimize this screen real quickly. Hold on. Perfect. Thank you, Rita. Appreciate that. And good afternoon, Chairman Orenshaw and members of the committee. I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback. Is everyone else getting feedback?
Hearing a little bit of echo. I don't know if the other members are.
I'm hearing feedback on my end.
Okay, good. Is that better?
I think so. And yes, I can hear you. And members, if there's any members, please mute your microphones. We might be getting feedback from some other members. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, and Chairman Orenshaw and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Rowe, and I'm the Nevada Director of Programs with the Adoption Exchange. We have an office based here in Las Vegas, but we also have staff in Reno and Carson City. I am honored to have this opportunity to speak with you about our organization, and more importantly, and specifically about the expansion of the Wendy's Wonderful Kids recruitment model in Nevada. I'd like to start by looking at some key data. In Nevada, on average, around 200 youth will emancipate from foster care each year. And while I do not have specific data regarding the outcome for Nevada's youth who age out, national data tells us that these youth do not do well. As you can see on the slide, youth who emancipate from care without someone by their side can face an uphill battle of challenges and obstacles. These outcomes are not what any of us want for our youth. Additionally, the coronavirus pandemic has reminded us all about the power and the need for human connection. In this time of social distancing, where kids in foster care are already at a disadvantage, we know that it is even more important to get foster youth connected and to do this with a sense of urgency. At the Adoption Exchange, soon to be known as Raise the Future, we believe that every young person deserves to go through life with a caring adult by their side. We connect youth waiting in foster care with the adults who become stable forces in their lives and support those relationships so they last a lifetime. We raise the bar by providing exceptional evidence-based programs that aim to connect our youth with adults so they can successfully navigate life's challenges. We know that the social safety net needs to be strengthened for youth in foster care, and we are so excited that we've been able to partner with the J. Thomas Foundation for Adoption to bring a program to Nevada that will do just this. We know that for many youth in foster care, general recruitment or business as usual is not as effective. These youth need the specialized, child-focused, and child-specific recruitment efforts of an evidence-based program like WWK. Our efforts to explore the opportunity to scale and expand this evidence-based program in Nevada began in January of 2019 with a gathering of key Nevada leaders in Denver, Colorado. And there, they met with leaders from the Colorado Department of Human Services.
Excuse me,
and
Ms.
heard about
Rowe?
the success that Colorado was experiencing. Yes?
Yes, we are unable to see your PowerPoint presentation. If you can just please cancel your screen share and redo the
Yes.
screen share.
And redo it?
Yes, please.
Yes, no problem. Let's see. Okay, can you see it? It says I'm screen sharing.
I can see it. Members, if you're having any difficulty, please let us know. I see the presentation. Thank you.
I see it as well. Thank you.
No, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. It's so hard virtually to not really understand what everyone else is seeing, so thank you. So as I was saying, the Nevada leaders met with Colorado to see the success that Colorado was having using this model. And the Nevada leaders then determined that priorities should be made to fund this service in Nevada so that we could also see similar results with our youth here in Nevada. Implementation of this child-focused recruitment model is due to a public and private partnership with Clark County DFS, Nevada DCFS, DTFA, and the Adoption Exchange. As you can see, and as you heard from Rita, there is specific criteria that needs to be met in order for a youth to be served with this model. Youth over the age of 9 with a plan of adoption and without an identified permanent placement. 25% of the youth who have a goal of APLA can be served with this program, and other youth with significant mental or physical health needs. This means there are about 200 youth in Nevada who could be served by this program. These 200 youth are the hardest to place, the ones often lingering in foster care for many years, and who many have given up on the idea of legal permanence can happen for them. For most of these youth, the Nevada Child Welfare staff have spent years trying to reunite them with their families of origin. And when that was not safe or appropriate, they attempted to find another permanent placement for them. Many of these youth have been matched, placed, disrupted for multiple placements multiple times. Our recruiters have active caseloads of 12 to 16 youth, which means that our partnership needed funds to support a minimum of 12 recruiters for the state. Active implementation of the model began when funding for 9 recruiters was secured in July of 2019. Shortly afterwards, funding for an additional 3 recruiters was secured. The program is now serving all 3 Nevada jurisdictions with a staff of 12 recruiters and 3 managers. Since we started scaling, we have served 96 out of the potential 200 youth who could be served. We have also witnessed 2 adoption finalizations from youth on our caseload. Now I'd like to tell you about a connection we made recently for a youth in our program. In November 2019, a 13-year-old youth was referred to our program. Liza had been in care since 2014 and legally free since 2015. During the initial team meeting, Liza's team members mentioned that she'd had a great relationship with a previous foster parent named Sarah, but the team reported this was not an adoptive resource because there were concerns with the husband who was living in the home. The WWK recruiter reached out to Sarah to gather more information, and Sarah stated that she thinks of Liza often and would like to talk to someone about the possibility of adopting Liza. The WWK recruiter had also talked with Liza, who mentioned that Sarah was a very positive person for her in her past, and she would like to re-engage and reconnect with her. Unbeknownst to the team at the time, Sarah was in the process of a divorce and was no longer living with her now ex-husband. Liza was placed in her home in March of 2020, and adoption finalization is expected to happen in October of this year. Without the WWK recruiter re-exploring this past positive relationship, the team would not have known and had been aware that the circumstances had changed and the safety concerns were resolved. As we continue to successfully connect these hardest to place youth and help them achieve permanency through this program, we expect referrals to the caseloads to increase. In fact, we have waiting lists right now from the jurisdictions. As you can see on the slide, there are a variety of funding sources that we have been awarded to support this work in the WWK program. We have been fortunate that the state and Clark County have identified funding for implementing this program, and we are appreciative to them, as well as DTFA, who have joined us to support this work and serve the most vulnerable youth in Nevada. Our biggest need is securing an ongoing sustainable source of funding. This funding would ensure uninterrupted service delivery for vulnerable youth who have experienced multiple placements and disruptions as well as staff changes. This funding would ensure time to achieve permanence. It typically takes 2 years to achieve an adoption finalization. And as Rita had mentioned before, the youth we serve are the hardest to place and often the ones lingering in foster care for many years. And it takes time for them to build rapport and gain trust in relationships to talk about a different type of permanency option for them. This long-term funding would ensure the support that newly placed youth and their families deserve, and that is vital to building their relationship and maintaining stability in their new home. Other states have used their federal adoption savings dollars successfully for these purposes. We are aware the Division of Child and Family Services has submitted a few bill draft requests to this committee that addresses this. At the Adoption Exchange, we know that building permanent connections is only part of the need. We must also support those connections once they are made so that they last. I wanted to share just a little bit of information to you about our Family Support Program, which provides needed support for families who have been newly placed with a youth from foster care or who have achieved permanency. This includes kinship families, foster families, as well as adopted families. We are using an evidence-based caregiving model called trust-based relational intervention, which is designed specifically for working with children who have experienced relationship-based traumas. Additionally, we are offering specialized training webinars and provide multi-week free service training series for pre-adoptive families in Clark County. While we hope to expand services to other parts of Nevada, in the future, currently, our family support services are available to families in Clark County. In summary, at the Adoption Exchange, soon to be Raise the Future, we are working to build permanent connections for Nevada's youth waiting in foster care by implementing the WWK model statewide. We serve all eligible youth in Nevada, no matter where they live, with this program. Our work is being supported by funding from both our government partners in Nevada as well as our philanthropic partner, DCFA. It has the potential to dramatically change the life outcomes for Nevada's older youth in care by connecting them with the permanence and love, support, and guidance of one caring adult. Not only is this the ultimate the ultimate social safety net for those vulnerable youth, but our work has the potential to provide Nevada with a real return on their financial investment as well. I'd like to close by sharing a video with you that was created by the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption and illustrates the power of the WWK model and the work that we are doing here in Nevada. We will then be available to answer any questions that you may have about our program, what we are doing, or our future direction. Thank you for your time. I truly appreciated this opportunity to speak with you today.
thank you for the presentation. And members, I'd like to see if any members have any questions. If not, I have a couple I wanted to ask. Not seeing any questions. I wonder, both in Nevada and nationally, with the work that you're doing, what kind of success rate are you seeing in terms of keeping brothers and sisters from the same family together once a prospective adopted parent is found? And also, are you finding more prospective adopted parent are former foster parents, relatives, fictive kin, or maybe someone who's worked as a mentor or counselor? I just wonder if you have any information about those two questions.
This is Rita Sorning. Thank you. Mr. Chair, yes. First, the recruiters work very hard to keep siblings together. They will not separate them unless there is a safety reason to do so. They will work to find a family to keep siblings together. We've had children step up, older youth, who say, go ahead, get my younger sibling adopted so they can have a home and I'll step aside. And the recruiters say, no, we're not going to do that. So we can get you numbers, certainly. Right now, nationally, 63% of the children on the caseloads, the Wendy's Wonderful Kids caseloads across the nation, are in a sibling group. So absolutely, we work to keep them together. Yes, the value of this program is looking at who's already in this child's life. So frequently, the existing foster parent who hadn't thought or didn't think they had the supports to adopt is the first route if that family is the best place for that child to stay. That's where the child is already comfortable. The family already cares, in fact, probably loves that child. So we look at those first circles around the child. Who else is in this child's life? Cousins, older brothers and sisters, aunts or uncles, grandparents, who could step forward in the child's family. But if not that, we've had circumstances where a best friend's family who didn't know, because children don't freely share their circumstances in school or with the people around them, didn't know that this young man was ready to be adopted or waiting to be adopted. Once the recruiter discovered that, brought this family together so that the best friend became his brother. So absolutely, that's where we want to go first, on those first concentric circles around that child, who keeps him in their community, who keeps her in a sense of safety with people they already know, and is the least disruptive for this child. But Jessica may have other comments about that too.
Yeah, and I think just to kind of bring it back to the juvenile justice system that we are talking about as well today, we do have a youth on our caseload currently who has involvement with DJJS as well as child welfare. So he's appropriate for our caseload, and he was added to our caseload. And the youth continued to run away, and that recruiter was able to identify where he was and who he was running to. And now that youth has been placed permanently with this, and it was a family member, and they worked together as a team to really create that legal permanency, and his adoption should finalize within the next couple of months as well. So it's looking at specifically with that youth and really talking to them and asking them who's important in your life. And we've just seen such a different baseline when you have, and you can pull on those people who love or have loved that child at one point. They understand their history, they understand where they've come from, and it does create a different baseline for families. So to answer your question, yes, all of those examples you gave, the mentors, the coaches, the previous teachers, the previous foster parents, all of those are people who we really dive in and connect and just talk with. And we start those conversations saying, it seems like at one point you had a relationship with this youth. Would you like to re-engage? Would you like to reconnect? And we started off with connection. So we don't go in talking about adoption on that first day, which is also very important, but we just talk about, you want to be part of this youth life again. And then it just typically leads somewhere, right, to legal permanence, which is our goal.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's great to hear that the brothers and sisters that there's such an effort to try to keep them together when there's an adoption. Members, any additional questions? Nothing, any additional questions? Then I believe we are now moving on. Next on our agenda will be Jared Busker, Associate Director of the Children's Advocacy Alliance, discussion regarding foster youth and kinship in Nevada. Mr. Busker, thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long hearing. I appreciate your joining us today.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes,
Good afternoon.
I can.
Good afternoon, distinguished chairman and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to share. My name is Dr. Tiffany Tyler Garner. That's Tiffany, Tyler -GARNER, and I have the privilege of serving with Children's Advocacy Alliance. And today I am joined, as you noted, by the phenomenal leaders, Jared Busker and Deshaun Jackson. Following, you will hear about the great legislative progress made today. You will also hear more about how our children and systems are faring in this time, as others have alluded to over the course of our committee meeting today. And I just wanted to take this moment and personally introduce myself as the executive director that was newly appointed July 1 to work with Jared and others, including each of you, around addressing the needs of our children that we find in these systems. If I could officially hand it off now to Jared, I greatly appreciate it. And thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve with each of you. And thank you for your leadership during this unprecedented time.
Thank you, Dr. Tyler Garner. We are so lucky to have you working on these important issues. And thank you for presenting to the committee, and Associate Director Busker and Mr. Jackson. Thank you for being here. We look forward to working.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tyler Garner, and good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We did have a short presentation that we're going to be walking through, so I can share my screen. I did try doing that previously, but let me try one more time. And just to verify, Mr. Chairman, can you all see the presentation?
I can see it, members. If anyone can't see it, please let us know.
Perfect. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Jared Busker. I serve as the Associate Director for the Children's Advocacy Alliance. And my name is spelled Jaredbusker. During today's presentation, I will be providing a brief recap of the bills passed during the 80th legislative session relating to child welfare and juvenile justice. Many of these bills I'm going to walk through were actually sponsored by your committee. So thank you so much for the sponsorship previously, and we would continue to work forward with you all during the next legislative session. I will then be turning it over to Mr. Jackson, who will be highlighting some of the things that we are seeing in the child welfare system as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then afterwards, I will be providing an overview of recommendations to support our foster youth during this time, and then also some policy priorities for the next legislative session. So moving to the next slide, during the 80th legislative session, there was a good amount of work done to support our children and families, especially in the child welfare and juvenile justice system. So the first bill that I wanted to briefly go over was Assembly Bill 111. This bill appropriated $200,000 to conduct a study concerning the ways Nevada can maximize the amount of federal funds coming down to the state. I know that the committee has hired and contracted out an organization to do that study. So the Children's Advocacy Alliance is really looking forward to seeing the results of that study and what recommendations come out that we can maximize funding for our child welfare system. We also worked to pass Assembly Bill 498, which expanded the number of resources provided to victim care providers so they could be eligible to receive additional help and support foster children and their and the care of those children. Before this meeting, I had reached out to Ms. Caliendo from Foster Kinship regarding the number of victim care providers who have benefited from this bill. We only received information for Clark County, but so far we have seen 16 victim care providers see a benefit from this legislation, which is really good news. And we really know that it's going to help these providers serve our children. We also worked on Assembly Bill 150, which required the states to conduct an analysis of the independent living programs currently utilized in Nevada and in other states across the nation to best improve outcomes for Nevada's youth. We're also really interested in seeing what recommendations come from this study and really hope that the committee will look to sponsor their recommendations in the next, in the 81st legislative session. We also worked on AB 439, which removed all fees assessed to children and their families when interacting with the juvenile justice system. Nevada was actually the second state to pass this legislation, and we're starting to see other states across the nation really replicate and look towards doing similar legislation in both the cities and counties and states across the nation. And then Senate Bill 147 provided additional resources and the ability to adjust an educational plan for children who are homeless, unaccompanied, or in the foster care system. And then Senate Bill 80 created the Handle with Care program in Nevada, which provided additional support for children at school who have experienced a traumatic or life-changing event. So really just I want to give a brief overview before handing it off to Mr. Jackson, who's going to be talking about the changes that we've been seeing as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and really kind of re-emphasizing a lot of the topics that were discussed earlier today. So please, Mr. Jackson, turn it over to you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Deshaun Jackson, spelled Dashun Jackson. I currently serve as the Children's Safety and Welfare Policy Manager of the Children's Advocacy Alliance. And as Jared, Minister Busker recently stated, I'll be going over some of the effects of COVID, of the COVID pandemic in the child welfare system. These impacts include decreases in child abuse reportings, the need for respite care homes, and an increase in instability among foster youth who have transitioned out. And over the past 6 months, there has been a lot of uncertainty as to the full extent of COVID-19's impact. While that uncertainty remains, it has been found that there has been a decrease in child abuse reportings as Administrator Armstrong stated before. This decrease does not mean that there has been a drop in abuse, but rather there has been a drop in reporting due to the lack of contact with mandated reporters. And this decrease can be somewhat similar to the drop that happened over the summer. However, what makes this decrease more concerning is the lack of programs and services that would normally be provided over the summer. During the summer months, youth have access to a variety of services, summer school programs, sports, and etc., where adults and mandated reporters would be able to assess the child and make reports if needed. Many counties are pushing out tailored messaging to the communities to aid in identifying child abuse through the various forms of contact with children. While reporting remains an area of concern, the Children's Advocacy Alliance also has identified the possible need for respite care homes. As we have seen across the country, there remains an uncertainty on how to support families who are in need of respite care. Respite care provides a temporary and brief period of relief and support to foster and kinship families. While there are some efforts to help aid these families, there still remains an issue that could lead to foster families and kinship families feeling burned out. This could result in youth being turned away from placements. Pre-COVID-19, both foster and kinship families had access to after-school programs and enrichment programs and a host of other options that would provide that brief period of relief. Another area of concern that the Children's Advocacy Alliance has been able to identify is the need of supportive services for youth who are preparing to transition out of care. Youth transitioning out of care pre-COVID-19 already faced financial adversities, leading to housing instability, food insecurities, mental health, and mental health crises. However, due to the impact of COVID-19, these adversities have been amplified. In the national survey, youth who have or are transitioning out of care between the ages of 16 and 24 during this time are faced with employment challenges that have exacerbated their living situations. 72% reported financial instability and could only remain stable for no more than 1 month, while 21% stated that they were in a current financial crisis. This survey also found that 43% of the foster youth survey reported facing negative impacts to their living situation, while 55% reported facing food insecurities. So many young people facing added stressors, which have interrupted or disrupted their mental health. 56% of the young people surveyed reported clinically significant levels of depression and anxiety. In addition to the impacts previously stated, we have also heard of the challenges with access to telehealth services due to some technological needs, access to internet and technology, specifically in the rural areas, and impacts to visitation and remaining safe during this time. Lastly, the Children's Advocacy Alliance has noted as part of the pandemic that transitioning into workforce, particularly for youth transitioning out of care, out of the foster care system, may be disproportionately impacted. And there is a whole other system with dedicated resources specifically for this population that is currently being underutilized. So recognizing that our youth will be competing with other adults and individuals who will be returning back to the workforce, and also recognizing that we have disproportionately experienced financial instability during this time, the Children's Advocacy Alliance is working to develop a foster youth transition initiative pilot that would aid foster youth transitioning out of care with workforce development skills that will help them advance. The Children's Advocacy Alliance will be partnering with community partners across the state to assist with this new initiative. We hope you noted the several opportunities of partnership in improving the conditions, including considering how we might redefine child abuse reporting in light of the constraints of COVID, ensuring respite care and addressing the challenges foster children face during COVID. We welcome your support with these efforts, and at this time I'll turn it back over to Mr. Buster.
I was on mute. So thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. As the state looks to continue to support our foster youth during this time, the Children's Advocacy Alliance would be very supportive of using CARES Act dollars or other funds as they are available to do the following. One, to provide technology for children and families to support distance learning and telehealth and family visitations. We feel that as we support our children during this time, it's very essential that they are connected to their biological families and then also receiving the support that they need overall. Also to extend support for transitioning age youth, such as providing additional support for employment and educational opportunities. As Mr. Jackson highlighted, we are seeing that the COVID-19 pandemic is further emphasizing and perpetuating the effects of them not being able to be as employed as their peers, and really supporting during this time is incredibly important. I'm also working to support foster care and recruitment during this time and really trying to increase the number of foster parents that we have to reduce the instances of congregate care. Also, as as Administrator Armstrong highlighted and Mr. Jackson also discussed, we are seeing a significant decrease in the reports of child abuse. So in any ways that we can raise awareness through either social media campaigns or things like that, to really get the community engaged in reporting the signs and symptoms of abuse and neglect. Also looking at specialty placement options and family caregiving supports, such as providing additional respite care. Increased supports during this time will help prevent increases in placement disruptions, including potential placements in congregate care or placements in households with strangers. And lastly, also really taking steps to, as much as possible, reduce the risk of the COVID-19 pandemic in emergency shelters and congregate care placements. So really kind of implementing the best practices that Administrator Armstrong discussed during his presentation, but really making sure that there's funding to help the state do so. Looking towards the next legislative session, the Children's Advocacy Alliance is looking to support the recommendations that come out of the Assembly Bill 111 study, and really looking at ways that as a state we can make those small investments and meet those small match requirements to pull down as much federal funding as possible. I think as we are facing a potential budget crisis, it's a very good strategy to try to make small investments to maximize the federal funds that we have. I think also looking at the recommendations that come out of Assembly Bill 150 to really ensure that as a state we're doing what is right for our children who are transitioning out of the foster youth system. I know that there's a presentation later today about the Family First Act. So really looking at ways that we can review all of the potential options and funding streams to best support our children. So we're really looking forward to the recommendations coming out of both of those reports. And then also we are supportive of the recommendations that Mr. Wade with Silver State Equality is going to be discussing later today. We have seen, as he's going to be noting, some issues with the implementation of Assembly Bill 99 and Assembly Bill 180. So we just wanted to say a me too during this presentation that we're supportive of the issues that he's going to be highlighting. Lastly, while this most likely will not be a required legislative change, we just wanted to highlight the initiative that Mr. Jackson briefly discussed to look to improve workforce connections for our foster youth. We're still drafting the policy recommendations, but we will be looking to partner with individuals such as coalitions such as the Governor's Workforce Board, the Nevada System of Higher Education, Workforce Connections, and other relevant partners to really ensure that as a state, we're doing as much as we can to help youth as they transition into adulthood. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and we stand for any questions that you may have.
Really appreciate the presentation. I want to thank Dr. Tyler Garner, Associate Director Busker, and Mr. Jackson for your commitment to this issue of helping children. And Children's Advocacy Alliance has been a tremendous ally. I think to me and to the other legislators, with the regular session, the interim, and commend you for all the work you do for children. Members, any questions for Dr. Tyler Garner, Associate Director Busker, or Mr. Jackson?
No questions, Mr. Chair. This is Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Just wanted to say welcome aboard, Dr. Tyler.
Thank you. I'm excited about the opportunity to help.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I appreciate your commitment to this issue. I have very fond memories of a meeting we had on schools and juvenile justice. When you and I and late Assemblyman Thompson were all sitting together and chatting about the issue and ways to improve it. And appreciate your commitment to this issue. And Associate Director Busker actually provided a really good segue. I'd like us to actually now, apologize, we had chairman error there, go to item 9. I believe we have Andre Wade, hopefully still online, to discuss an update on implementation of certain requirements relating to gender identity and expression pursuant to Assembly Bill 99 of the 2017 session and the Juvenile Justice Bill of Rights pursuant to Assembly Bill 180 of the 2017 session. We have Andre Wade, State Director, Silver State Equality, hopefully still on the line.
I am here and happy to be with you all. I assume you can see and hear me?
Yes, and members, if you can't, please let me know. And Again, thank you for staying with us. Apologize about that.
All good. Thank you. All right, well, as someone who used to do recruitment of foster and adoptive parents and work with the Wendy's Wonderful Kids program and a former board member of the Children's Advocacy Alliance, I'm happy to go after these organizations and hear about the work that they are doing. As mentioned, my name is Andre Wade, State Director for State Equality. However, I am here on behalf of the LGBTQ Youth and Out-of-Home Care Work Group to talk to you about AB 99 and AB 180, a couple of pieces of legislation that were passed in 2017. Chairman, Vice Chair, and Committee, thank you again for your time and willingness to stay on today. And so just so we are all on the same page, when we mention LGBTQ+, we are referring to lesbian, gay, bisexual, or what's commonly referred to lately, biromantic, transgender, the Q standing for queer or questioning, and the plus includes all the other identities that encompass LGBTQ. And I also want to note that I'm going to have my colleague on the line, Holly Reese, to chat through a couple of these sections as well. But the reason why AB 99 and AB 180 came about is because there was this, or still is, a lack of knowledge by child welfare and juvenile justice staff on how to properly care for LGBTQ youth and out-of-home care, and based on national professional standards that usually aren't implemented. We heard about the experiences of these young people in care that helped shape the bills that were created. There was existing protection against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity in other protected classes for youth in foster care, but none existed in the juvenile justice system. So a collection of local and national organizations and some individuals began to meet to talk about the well-being of children in juvenile justice and child welfare, and also related to homelessness services. The work group focused on improving safety and well-being of LGBTQ youth in care by improving law, policy, and practice. And the work group, again, successfully prepared and advocated for AB 99 and 180. So here's a list of a few of the organizations that are part of the work group. And if you'll note at the very bottom, there are asterisks next to a couple of organizations. They are national groups that support the work that we're doing here in Nevada. So briefly, some of the provisions of AB 99 and 180 include AB 99 updated the statutory landscape to protect and respect gender identity of youth and child welfare and juvenile justice. So regardless of the biological sex of a child, a provider of foster care shall ensure that each foster child placed in the foster home is treated in all respects as having the gender with which the foster child identifies, unless doing so is harmful to the physical health of the child. AB 99 requires agencies to implement cultural competency trainings on LGBTQ topics and issues for youth in care as part of existing trainings, and requires the implementation of a grievance process for youth in care. And AB 180 enacted the Juvenile Justice Bill of Rights with non-discrimination protections providing children in care and custody of the state detention facilities right to be free from discrimination or harassment on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity. And so we are aware as a work group of some steps that have been taken to fulfill the requirements of AB 99 and 180. As an example, Clark County Department of Family Services has implemented a 6-hour cultural competency training for its staff for youth and out-of-home care in partnership with UNLV School of Social Work. From my understanding, foster parents receive an online training on the topic through their Quality Parenting Initiative, QPI, but it doesn't necessarily mirror at all the same training that staff are getting. So staff are getting 6 hours, where the foster parent training online is about an hour, maybe 2. The Division of Child and Family Services, Systems of Care, trained hundreds of its staff through a contract with the LGBTQ Center. actually when I was director of the center. And the Department of Juvenile Justice provided training for its staff through a contract with the LGBT Center. And there are 4 locations that were trained. Some of you, Caliente, Elko Juvenile Detention Center, and Youth Parole Bureau, North and South. And so I believe my colleague, Holly Reese, is on the line to speak directly to her training experience. Let's see if she's available, and there she is. So I'm going to pass it over to Holly to speak specifically about the experience that she had when training folks.
Hi, this is Holly Reese. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy Services at the LGBTQ Center in Southern Nevada, located in Las Vegas. And thank you again to the chairman and committee for giving us this time to be able to speak. Andre had asked me to come in today to be able to share some of the experiences I had when I was doing the training. This was after the passing of AB 99, and I went out through a contact, as Andre said, for DCFS to be able to train the systems of care. I spent the time period between June and August basically going from one place to another, implementing a series of trainings to make sure that everybody from the janitors all the way up to the top of the administration at each one of these facilities received the training that was required by law. And one of the things that happened over and over again throughout these trainings was a real strong opposition to the message that I was bringing and the subject matter of which I was training. These happened in different ways at different facilities. Some of examples of some things that happened were at Elko. When I was training in Elko, some of the staff actually they got into such a huge argument between the staff over people that were bullying me and saying things directly to me that were very, very personal and challenging. And some other staff members stood up and tried to defend and make people act in a professional way during the training. And it was very contentious. There was one of the persons who was over the education system, for an example, in Elko, actually told me that I was a lying leftist feminazi and that there's no such thing as a patriarchy system, and that the things that I was, that the state needed to stay out of the business of the detention centers, that this was their world, this was their atmosphere, and that they needed to be able to do these things in the way that they knew how to do them, and the state really needed to keep their nose out of that. There was a lot of hostility.
That is really some insanity, that the state needed to stay out of the business of the detention centers. And that just violates every human right in America. Shall we continue to listen?
One of the supervisors who had his staff with him wore a shirt that said some specific explicit language on it that I won't repeat here. I think Andre put on his PowerPoint, I don't want to be here. It was, I don't, blank, 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 want to be here, on a t-shirt that he wore to the training with his other staff. Just a lot of really problematic things happened during the course of that training. In Caliente, the attitude that I got from primarily from the people that I was training was a real concern and care for the children, but an understanding that teaching them, or that there is such a thing as children that identify as transgender, is absolutely against the laws of nature and God, and that they were not comfortable with when they are in a position to be able to help children to reform, to be able to give them this information was something that was very harmful to them. So there was a lot of pushback in that regard. Every single place that I went, I found people that both supported the training and absolutely did not support the training. But at the end of this whole succession of trainings that happened, we had a train the trainer because part of AB 99 says that staff that are working with children are required to be trained within 90 days of the employment, of their term of employment there when they begin employment. And clearly we cannot go in and do all of these trainings. It's not fiscally responsible. It's not time productive. We decided that the best way to do this was to do a train the trainer with people that were already implementing trainings at these different agencies. To train the trainer, when that happened, I brought the trainers to the center to undergo a train the trainer, and that also was pretty much a disaster. People did not follow through. They did not develop the trainings that they were supposed to. My concern at this point is that we're talking about that was in 2018. I do not have, we have had word that the grievance policies, which was also a part of this, at Summit View, for example, that the grievance boxes have been taken out of the dorm areas or the shared areas within the living quarters and put over into the cafeteria where they get the food. And part of that problem is that they don't have access to the grievance forms or a place to be able to put those grievances in a way that is easily accessible. And I don't understand, there hasn't been a real clear understanding of what's happened if somebody does file a grievance, what is that procedure and what happens. So I'm very concerned about, this is a law that is so important, and we're so happy that it's been passed for the protections of our LGBTQ plus youth. But the implementation of it and the spirit of it, I don't think is being maintained or is being properly adhered to.
Thank you, Holly. I'll continue my presentation if you all would like to ask Holly questions after that. That'd be great.
Please continue. I certainly do have some questions. I'm disappointed to hear that, and I think that we might need to address that, what you've reported to us in an upcoming meeting. So please continue, Director Wade, and thank you, Ms. Reese, for letting us know what's going on.
Thank you. Thanks again, Holly. So Holly went over these items. And so Holly mentioned a little bit about the grievance process and reporting. Largely the reports of maltreatment by youth, they're anecdotal because the reports aren't being made, and you can only make assumptions as to why. AB 99 requires the implementation of a grievance process, and we're sure that these processes are in place, or they will be said that they're in place, but something's not working. So we don't know the number or the percentage of incidents that are happening at the state or local level, and what the implications are for these young people. So we know that Clark County Ombudsman receives some grievances and complaints and shares that with Clark County Department of Family Services. But overall, the grievance process needs to be enhanced throughout systems. So overall, full implementation of AB 99 and AB 180, they haven't been met. So questions are all agencies and staff implementing the required training of LGBTQ competencies? What are the current grievance processes, and how will they work? And what is the option to set up a neutral third-party system to manage and operate a grievance process? Have state regulations related to AB 99 and AB 180 been created and implemented? And the state has not developed more detailed policy and/or policy guideline for child welfare and juvenile justice staff, contractors, and others. So what we feel is needed is that we need to include updates on the well-being of LGBTQ youth and child welfare and juvenile justice when providing legislative and otherwise updates on child welfare and juvenile justice services. Director Armstrong, if you remember from the presentation, made no mention of LGBTQ youth as it relates to AB 99 or AB 180, which is very concerning. these young people are invisible, yet they're the most vulnerable. We need to determine the status of trainings required by AB 99, and we need to address the harassing and disrespectful behavior of training attendees and hold them accountable. We need to implement a grievance process that is operated and managed by a third-party non-government entity so we can report on the number and types of grievances and fully investigate these grievances. We feel that department decision makers need to meet with this work group and other stakeholders to develop LGBTQ specific agency policies and practice guidelines for their staff. We need to make sure that anecdotal reports of abuse and maltreatment are investigated and work to systemically collect sexual orientation and gender identity data in child welfare, juvenile justice, and mental health. So I think Director Armstrong and others would note that they are unable to speak to these young people because they don't have the data. If you don't have the data, you won't know the issue. So we desperately need to solve this issue by starting to collect data. We have to destigmatize the notion that people don't want to talk about sexual orientation as it relates to their identity or have an understanding of what transgender and gender diverse folks are going through. So again, if we aren't collecting this information, these young people are invisible, yet they're suffering. So as I round out, I just want to take a look here at other states. So overall, Nevada does really well when it comes to LGBTQ policy. There was a recent article in USA Today that touted Nevada as the absolute best place for folks to live if they identify as LGBTQ. However, when it comes to our young people, we're failing. So if you look at the chart, this is related to child welfare. The green means that there are protections in place in the state for sexual orientation and gender identity. The purple indicates that there are LGBTQ specific policies. So you'll notice about a half a dozen states that are moving in the right direction, whereas red indicates that there are no explicit protections for child welfare. And so again, this shows that Nevada is lagging behind, unfortunately, when it comes to young people in care that identifies LGBTQ.
Ray, we're not seeing that presentation.
Okay. I believe I can, at some other point, share it. And since you can't see that slide, you won't see the other one.
No, unfortunately, I'm not seeing it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm not seeing it on the video call, but I'm just checking to verify that it is on the website.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ward, if you can stop sharing and then re-share your PowerPoint presentation, so we'll go back on.
Thank you, broadcasting. Thank you very much, and thank you, Director Wade.
Silver State.
Oh, so that's how that works. All right, there we go. And do you see it now?
I see it. I say map United States members. If you don't see it, please let us know.
All right, perfect. So just to quickly reiterate, green means that sexual orientation, gender identity protections are in place in these states, whereas purple indicates that LGBTQ specific policies are implemented. There are about half a dozen states across the nation, and red means that there are no child welfare protections in place. So again, overall, Nevada does quite well in its LGBTQ policies across the board and compared to other states. But when it comes to young people in care, it's lacking. See if I can quickly toggle to one more, almost there. All right, I think this is for juvenile justice. Thank you for your patience. Again, green, there are some protections for sexual orientation, gender identity in place. Purple, there's LGBTQ specific policies, that's what we want. And red means that there are no juvenile justice protections in place. And essentially,
Director, thank you for the presentation. I'm really distressed to hear about what you've informed the committee. And I have a couple of questions. I want to open it up to members first. Members, are there any questions? I'm not hearing any.
I'm sorry, but you froze on this end.
Mr. Chair, you froze, so we're not hearing what you're saying. I don't know if you can hear us. We cannot hear you.
Sorry, Madam Vice Chair. This is Pat Guinan. It looks like the 07 Orange Health Act. Never mind, I'll be quiet.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Everything shut down. I lost my VPN connection now. It turned back on, but glad I'm back. I wanted to open up to members. Any questions, members? If not, I have a couple of questions I wanted to ask.
I just had one thing for Mr. Wade, and thank you so much for the presentation. Some of the things you said were very distressing. So I know that your organization has been keeping data that's needed to help children in our communities. Is there a way that you can share that data or work with Administrator Armstrong to address those children that were not included in his presentation earlier today?
Thank you for the question. We have very limited data. Any data that we have is typically extrapolated from national data or specific research or surveys. So I could use data like, for instance, the Williams Institute might have for estimates, but they're not largely correct to what we'd want. But I'm happy to share those data with the director or administrator.
So currently, we don't have Nevada specific data about our children that are being missed and dropped. Okay. So
Wow, they just don't have
I
any
will
data.
say for me, I believe the other members of this committee, let us know what we can do to make those improvements and get that started and where to start, because you would know better than us where to start and give us guidance, and we're here to work with you to make sure that all of our children are included.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I really appreciate that.
And I agree with the Vice Chair's statement. Certainly we've opened it up for suggestions for legislation, because what you and Ms. Reese have reported are extremely distressing, and I hope we'll hear back perhaps at the next meeting from the administrator. I think what she mentioned is unacceptable. I hope that we'll hear back about that. In terms of the questions I had. Are you noticing different treatment for LGBTQ plus youth in state facilities versus county detention facilities? And in terms of trying to address the problems, do you think that's something that can be done either through regulation, or do you think there'll need to be a statutory change maybe at the next legislative session?
Thank you for your question as well, Chair. We know anecdotally that the treatment is different, and I don't want to make any broad sweeping statements to make the issue sound worse than what it may be. But from my experience of working within the systems, that includes Clark County Department of Family Services, working on the outside as an advocate, doing trainings to these organizations, people are struggling to understand what it means around sexual orientation and gender identity. When they don't have an understanding of these concepts when it relates to people, they treat people differently. It's easy to dismiss this population of young people if you feel that it doesn't align with whatever your beliefs are. So from a professional standpoint, we ask people to take off their biases when they clock in to work with people with dignity and respect, and then clock out and think how you want. And so unfortunately, I don't have the data to back up any claims, but ultimately they are treated differently because people just don't have a level of understanding. That's why we constantly do these trainings. But to answer your second question, we do need regulations in place. We do need to address the issue through policy and practice changes. And so myself, Holly, and other advocates are here to help you all with trainings and technical assistance. We've devoted our lives to helping these young people and making the world better when it comes to people who are different, when it comes to their sexual orientation and gender identity. So we're here to work with you all, just as you all are here to work with us. And very much thank you for the ear and the dialogue.
I really thank you for presenting our attention. Members, any additional questions? Well, I want to thank you again. I want to thank Bridget Duffy, who actually connected us with you and suggested that we speak before the committee. And hopefully.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to give a big thanks to Jared for the pass off. Great working with Deshaun and others, and Jessica Rowe. I've known her for years, and they're doing great work. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Ms. Reese. Thank you for your presentation. I believe we've got Bailey Brooklyn, Director of Statewide Advocacy, Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers, here to speak on item 10C, presentation regarding foster youth and kinship assistance program. Ms. Bertolin, thank you for your patience.
Hi, nice to see you all through my computer. I apologize that I am outside because my toddlers are inside. For those of you who don't know me, I am the policy director for the Legal Aid Providers, today representing Legal Aid Center of Southern Nevada. We were asked to come in and talk about some of the issues that we're seeing pop up, and in the interest of the time that we're facing, we narrowed in on a niche issue around kinship foster care, where we believe that we could utilize more federal dollars for more permanency for kids, which is a win-win all the way around with a statutory change. So with that, I am going to pass it over to Kelly Venci Gonzalez, who is our team chief of our education advocacy program, to walk through what kinship guardianship is and what the change is that we're recommending.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Bailey. Let me share my screen. Hopefully I will be successful. Okay, can everyone see that? You need to.
Yes, I can. And members, if you can't, please let us know.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak to you today. My name is Kelly Venci Gonzalez. I'm the team chief of the Education Advocacy Program.
But I also have represented kids in foster care for about 20 years now, so I wear a few hats. And we wanted to bring to your attention, which we hope will be a quick change that will help a lot of families. As you know, Nevada recently passed the Kinship Care Subsidy Program. And what that does is it allows relatives to seek, there we go, seek subsidized guardianship for kids that they are caring for once reunification no longer becomes a viable goal. Right now, and the nice thing about guardianship and subsidized is that it's partially financed through federal funds. So it's in order to receive those federal funds, it's through the Title IV E section of the Social Security Act, and that sets out certain criteria that states must achieve and meet in order to reach that federal funding for subsidized care payments. Here is a list of the Title IV eligibility requirements. And so just to give you a little context, so a child is removed from the home, they're placed with the relative. The relative is then eventually licensed and starts receiving foster care payments to support the care of that child. And there comes a time when the goal might be changed by the courts from reunification to maybe adoption or guardianship. And it comes out usually a year. The parents may have not been able to finish their case plan. They may realize they're not in a predicament where they can assume parenting at this point. So the court will change the goal to guardianship or adoption, and then that sets off in that procedure, kind of changes the course of the trajectory of the case. So with Title IV eligibility requirements, just going through them really quick, the child has to have been removed. The Title IV eligibility agency, or DFS, places the child licensed that home. At some point, there is a determination that the child cannot be returned home and that adoption is not in the best interest of the child. And we just heard wonderful presentations about adoption. And under federal law, adoption is always the preferred goal, but it's not always the best goal for our kids. And some of our kids who have strong relationships with their family don't want their rights to their birth family terminated. So that it's not always, doesn't work for each family member, for each family. The child is placed with a relative, they have a good relationship with that relative, and the relative is expressed to commit to care. Another requirement is if the child's at least 14 that they be consulted regarding kinship care. And then the last requirement is that there is a written agreement entered into with the placing agency or the child welfare agency. So if the child does not meet all of those requirements, a child could still get a guardianship subsidy. The issue is it's no longer funded through the federal government. The state assumes funding for that. So let's look at NRS 432B623. And this is what the requirements in the NRS are to receive the subsidized guardianship. A child must have been removed from their home through court order or voluntary placement, has lived with that relative for 6 months. And then if you look at number 3, this is where we get stuck a lot. Not have an option for permanent placement. I'm supposed to say not have as adoption an option for permanent placement or return home. The wording that gets sticky is option. What does that mean? Does it mean it's not in the best interest, or it's just not possible? And so we see, representing families working with kids, a lot of times what that wording makes it really hard to get a subsidized guardianship for our clients, which is very frustrating. And then you see the rest of the requirements. So here's just the language in the written statute of 432B, that the child must not have as an option for permanent placement, return to the home, or adoption of the child. Once again, that is where we get hung up in our advocacy when the family unit thinks that guardianship is the best. It might go back to the agency, and the agency might say, no, we still think adoption is an option. And so then it really can delay permanency for our clients. And I'll give you one example. I have a family, and they decided, we went to mediation because the government had filed a motion for termination of parental rights. And we went to mediation, and everyone thought, you know what, this is a good case for guardianship. There's a relationship between the children and the mom. There's a relationship between the mom and the proposed caretaker. It just seems to work best for this family. Everybody was on board. It went back to the guardianship review committee, and they said, well, adoption is an option. We don't believe it's not an option. So even though everybody who knew this family best said this is the best option for this family, the family thinks it's the best option, we still got pushback, which ended up delaying permanency for this family because we went back and forth for about 6 months on it. And these are just some of the requirements for the guardianship statute to file a petition and so forth. And now I want to bring up another thing, because I think what we've heard is that they like that there is this desire for the strong language, and we believe adoption is always the preferred goal, but it doesn't necessarily work best for every family. And I'm pointing to the termination of parental rights, because it says very clearly under state law and federal law that an exemption to filing the mandatory termination of parental rights if the child is placed with a relative. So there's an acknowledgement that when our kids are placed with relatives, it's a little different than when a child is placed with a foster family. So I just wanted to draw that distinction that we should give relatives a little more say in what the legal arrangement is going to be when they care for that child in a permanent. So what we're asking is to change the language of 432B-623, that you take out the language regarding adoption and leave it silent. So what have other states done? So there's 26 other states, including Nevada, that have the language that say adoption must be ruled out. There's 24 states that make no mention of this requirement or have no kinship guardianship assistance at all. So these are the states that break it down into who has this requirement and who doesn't. And I would say, in the states that don't, they still proceed with subsidized guardianships. It's just not a requirement, because if you recall, a judge has to make a best interest determination to change the goal in the first place. When we come to that first permanency hearing, the judge will make a determination about the goal. So in coming to that conclusion, there's already been a best interest analysis done by the court system, or else the goal wouldn't be changed. So that's why we believe that we don't need that language in the statute to proceed with subsidized guardianship. Here's just a picture of the states that have it and the states that don't. So our conclusion is to take out that language that adoption must be ruled out as an option and leave it blank. And our reasoning is pretty straightforward. It will open up another form of permanency for children, that's guardianship. So it expands opportunities for federal funding and to expedite permanency for children. For families that don't want to terminate other family members' rights for children, this is a better option, and it's a streamlined option. I think that it increases family involvement. I really believe, and I came from a practice area where we had done this for decades, families should be absolutely involved in permanency, and it should be family driven. These are huge decisions that are really important, and that the family should be involved in making a decision that makes sense for the entire family. I strongly believe that they need to have a place at the table in deciding what is the best decision. We work with families that are part of tribes, and some of these tribes don't even recognize adoption. And I think we need to be cognizant and aware that other cultures, other ethnic groups look at things differently, and that should be embraced and acknowledged. We also believe that this facilitates culturally competent child welfare practice in allowing different forms of how people see family and the role of kin in caring for family in child welfare practice. I just want to thank you for listening to us, and I hope you will consider this small change that I think would be very powerful for families and for kids in our system. I just want to leave you with the one family I worked with. The child was telling me, you don't understand what adoption will do. It's going to cause a lot of stress in my family between my mom and my caretaker. And it doesn't have to be that way. And you guys all get to leave my case, but I don't. I stay here and I live it. You don't. And I think we need to have a mechanism to be cognizant and recognize that we want to be family driven and we want to let families have and be a part of this decision making process. So I thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'd love to.
I want to thank you for the presentation, Ms. Bertolda and Ms. Vence-Gonzalez. And Ms. Vence-Gonzalez, I know firsthand the hard work you do for children. I've so often seen you in the autism court advocating for children on the spectrum, and appreciate all your hard work on those issues. Members, any questions? I've got a couple, but I wanted to open up to the members first. Not seeing any questions, then if this change were to be made by the legislature, signed into law by the governor, then do you?
I think you froze.
Would you envision more left?
Senator, I think we lost you. Can you repeat your question?
Well, I guess if this change went into law, then do you think that there'd be less parental rights terminated, or do you think that would not be affected, or is there potentially be more guardianships as opposed to adoptions, or maybe it might be too early to ask that question?
I came from a jurisdiction that made a change while I was practicing there from not having subsidized guardianships. And the number of adoptions did go down, but the other thing was the number of kids in foster care also went down because there were more options for kids to exit the foster care system through a permanent arrangement. So you might see a decrease in the number of adoptions, but you'll see obviously an increase in the number of guardianship, and you'll also see a decrease in the number of kids that stay in foster care. I think we need to equip DFS, our child welfare agencies, the courts, with as much options as possible to get kids out of the system. We know one thing, we know kids do not do well when they exit foster care. And we know that the government doesn't do a good job of raising kids. So this would provide another option. Sometimes termination of parental rights is the most appropriate, but it's not always. And I think having more flexibility is really important for these kids and for our families.
Yeah, I would just add, Bailey Bordelin for the record, that this gives us more tools in the toolbox. It's not meant to change a chunk of the practice, but rather to identify the best path forward for a family. Two things that we have seen. We've seen cases where guardianship is still offered, but because of the way that the rules are currently structured around this, that family's just not eligible for the federal subsidy, which doesn't cost the state any money. So expanding access to that subsidy makes it more likely that that is going to be a successful placement, right? And our goal is permanency. So we should try to expand access to that subsidy for families that do feel guardianship is the most appropriate route. And I've also seen cases where there would have been a grandmother guardianship. There's a family member that is willing and able to take care of the child, but because of the tension that it would cause to terminate parental rights against the parent, they walk away altogether. And now we're using another resource, which is looking for an unrelated foster family when we could have had another option. So it's just trying to add some flexibility and tools for greater permanency overall.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Bertolin. Thank you, Ms. Vence-Gonzalez. Thank you for all your hard work on behalf of our children, your advocacy. Members, any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. And then I thank you for your presentation. I thank you for giving the committee this to consider. It sounds like something that we should definitely take a close and serious look at. And I actually believe we've got someone from the National Conference of State Legislatures. I believe we've got Nina Williams-Ndenge, who is been patiently waiting. I apologize for the length of the meeting today. I Thank you for waiting, and please begin whenever you're ready.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. No problem. I'm incredibly honored to be able to sit and listen to activities in the state. It's just an opportunity for us to learn more so that we can share that with the legislators. Thank you. I will go through my slides as quickly as I can and try and focus on some areas. And I'm trying to share the slides. There we go. Oh, great. Great. And I'll go forward. Yes, today I've been asked to talk about, and I'll try and go through this quickly, state responses to the Family First Prevention Services Act. I'll give you a bit of an update on that and talk about the impact of COVID-19, which we've heard a bit about this afternoon, on Family First planning, as well as the impact on child welfare in general. And if we have time, you would ask to talk a bit about state kinship care trends. You spoke a little bit about the guardianship program that's in the state, and I do have a little bit of information on that. My understanding is that with the kinship guardianship payments, if you remove that piece, they would not be eligible for Title IV-E reimbursement, the federal reimbursement, but a state-funded program could certainly cover provisions that would not be eligible for the Title IV-E federal reimbursement. But I can talk about that a little bit more. As you're aware, the National Conference of State Legislatures, NCSL, we're a bipartisan membership organization. All state legislators and every legislative staff persons are members of NCSL. We provide research, education, and technical assistance, so I hope you see us as an extension of your staff. We do not promote particular policies, and we hope that the information that we present to you will be useful and objective. States have been quite active, even in 2020, despite COVID-19, in response to the Family First Prevention Services Act, which was signed into law in 2018. As you know, it represents a significant change to child welfare funding and structure potentially, and provides state lawmakers a tremendous opportunity for reform of their child welfare system. For the first time, it reimburses substance abuse and mental health services and parent skills training in order to prevent children's entry into foster care. And the law also seeks to reduce states' reliance on group and residential treatment. In 2019, 24 states enacted 47 bills into law, and in 2020, 16 bills were enacted in 9 states. There are still 38 bills pending in 12 states this year. Most states have gone into recess. States are trying to do special sessions, but it's possible those bills will not be taken up into 2021. And the fiscal crisis that are facing states adds another layer of complexity. We track the different categories that we saw in the legislation around implementation, definitions, fiscal, the number of states for task forces, states put in legislation around kinship navigator programs, and talked about prevention planning and mental health and substance abuse programs and services. One of the major components of Family First, it's an optional provision, and that is to provide and be reimbursed for the prevention services, the substance abuse, mental health services, and kinship navigator programs. States had to prepare prevention plans and submit them to the federal government. A number of states have submitted plans, 13 states and 2 tribes. 6 states have received approval, and I've listed them here: Washington, D.C., Utah, Arkansas, Maryland, Kansas, and Kentucky, and a number of states are awaiting approval. There is a Title IV-E clearinghouse, which must approve the services that states can offer and be reimbursed for, the prevention services. And that clearinghouse has rated 25 programs and services. And they're rating these programs as well supported, promising, or does not currently meet criteria. The other major provision of the Family First Act is the limiting the use of group care. Most states are actually delaying implementation of the congregate care prevention. provisions rather, actually 36 states and territories have chosen to delay implementation, as did 6 of 11 tribes. 10 states and 5 tribes are not delaying implementation, and they are moving forward with the congregate care provisions of the Family First Act. And 7 states are delaying, but they're taking less than the 2-year delay, which the federal law allowed. You could delay up to 2 years. But if they're delaying, they will also delay the reimbursement for the prevention services if they've chosen that option. And I gave a couple of examples of legislation that was introduced in 2020 and 2019 in a couple of states around the congregate care piece, which is the QRTP, or the Qualified Residential Treatment Programs, some of the language that states have put into legislation. Another piece relates to supporting kinship caregivers through the Kinship Navigator programs. Unfortunately, when we talk about these Kinship Navigator programs, in order to receive this 50% of federal reimbursement through Title IV-E as a prevention program, they also have to be approved by the Title IV-E clearinghouse. As of this week, none of the programs that they've looked at have been certified as evidence-based. States are still going forward. In 2019, Minnesota required a review of Kinship Navigator models, and the state of Washington also in 2019 required its Children, Youth and Families and the Social and Health Services Department to evaluate Kinship Navigator services that would hopefully eventually be qualified as well-supported, supported, or promising, as defined by Family First. Other states are covering the cost of Kinship Care Navigator programs through state funds, as they did before, not anticipating that they would get federally reimbursed. And some states are evaluating Kinship Navigator programs in anticipation of possible future funding through Title IV-E. States are facing, even prior to COVID-19, states are facing major challenges implementing the Family First Act, especially around the prevention programs. So Congress did pass the Family First Transition Act of 2019, which provided $500 million in one-time flexible funding for states. Because of COVID-19, they removed the application deadline and distributed funds to states, territories, and tribes. So states should have received that funding. What the Transition Act also did was delay by 2 years the well-supported requirement for states' reimbursement for their prevention services. They also, the Act also provided temporary financial grants to states that had Title IV-E demonstration waiver projects. Nevada is one of those states, I believe, so that if states thought they would face a serious or significant shortfall in funding due to Family First, and due to the waiver grants ending, they could use this money to sort of make that leap and perhaps convert the programs that they were operating under the grant into a Family First prevention services kind of scenario. And the Act also increased funding for the clearinghouse. Some examples of how states are spending that money. California is using the Transition Act money to fund county prevention services and training. The District of Columbia is using their money. They're not actually using it in 2020. They're using it in 2021 to cover staff training and for direct services to families that are what they're calling at their front door, meaning they're not fully in the child welfare system, in funding prevention services for those families. Kentucky is also using that money for the expansion of their prevention services, for some administrative costs, and for the quality residential treatment program assessments that are required by Family First. So, in addition to the challenges of implementing this, complex new law that's really going to change, has the possibility of changing child welfare systems quite substantially, as we've heard throughout today, COVID-19 has had a tremendous impact on planning and implementation around Family First. The evidence-based prevention programs, even in the states that have approved plans and have been operating, once their plan was approved, they've been able to request reimbursement as of October 1, 2019. But because states went on lockdown, many of those programs are not able to operate. They're either suspended or they have to turn into remote programs. And that brings into question whether or not that program is still evidence-based, because it's delivering services remotely as opposed to in person, which is what the evaluation design was based on. Substance abuse, mental health, parent training programs. Again, these are programs that, as long as they're evidence-based and approved by the clearinghouse, can be reimbursed through Title 40. As I said, many of them have slowed their services or they've completely suspended their services. And we've heard in some of the programming that NCSL has done, and we've had youth in care or parents that have been in some of these programs, that this has really been a setback to them. Families that have been on track for unification, this has been a serious problem because they've not been able to attend the programs. Participants also not being able to travel or go out, that sort of skewed how the programs operate and whether or not they're going to get the same results. State budgets have been cut, child welfare services have been cut, new initiatives have been suspended for the current and next the fiscal years in states, and that certainly has impacted Family First. Legislatures, as you know, have been closed or suspended or gone into remote. Planning partners on these Family First initiatives are on lockdown. Some of the community service providers have lost significant amount of funding. So states that are delaying some of the provisions may need additional time because of the impact of COVID-19. And we heard quite a bit about the impact of COVID-19 on child welfare, on foster families, on kinship providers, on the child welfare workforce, and certainly for children and youth. There's a concern around the spread of COVID-19, about the health of elderly kinship caregivers. There's a concern about the spread of the disease in congregate care facilities. There's an issue related to lack of personal protective equipment for caseworkers, for foster and kinship care providers, a lack of training and testing for providers and children. Foster families have expressed a reluctance to take in new children and youth or to retain the children and youth that they're currently caring for because of concerns about spreading the coronavirus amongst their own families. Families are experiencing economic anxiety because of the resultant loss of employment and income, just a general fear. Older youth, as you've heard, certainly youth aging out or transitioning out are facing a lack of employment, housing, and financial resources as they try and age into adulthood, and this has been problematic. Older youth also experience the loss of housing when colleges have closed and have effectively become homeless. And of course, I'm sure there are many issues that you are discussing in your states that are not necessarily listed here. Remote learning is an issue, as we've heard, for families, for foster and kinship care providers, as well as, of course, for caseworkers. Lack of smartphones, laptops, internet access for children that are, at home or now doing hybrid learning or maybe online learning throughout the year. Yes, and many states are facing a significant drop in child abuse reporting due to teachers not having access to children. However, this has opened up the conversation of the fact that normally during the school year, this number does drop off during the summer, but during the school year, a significant proportion of those educator mandatory reporting calls are not substantiated. They are not confirmed or they are not founded. So the question that people are bringing up in states then becomes, what is the reason behind this? Are there other resources that we can offer teachers and educators to offer families in need that do not involve the families becoming involved in the child welfare system? It's an issue around the disproportionate representation or overrepresentation of children of color in the child welfare system. It's certainly an issue of training around mandatory reporting and what types of cases. I believe most of the cases in most states have to do with neglect. Many of those may be around poverty. So the issue is, how can we use this as an opportunity to take a different look at mandatory reporting, especially around educator and teacher mandatory reporting, to ensure that children in normal times are not being overly involved in the child welfare system. I do believe that Chapin Hall, which is a research center at the University of Chicago, is developing a tool and working with a number of states to try and assess what's going on with their mandatory reporting numbers, to see where this concern is coming from and what else, what other ways there may be, want to be a response to it. The other piece that I would say that I've heard anecdotally is that there has been an increase in calls to domestic violence hotlines, mental health hotlines, 211 lines, and warm lines in some states, showing evidence that families are reaching out, for some basic needs, for mental health needs, and for other kinds of services. So I think that this is, in a number of states, this seems to be a very significant discussion and concern around, let's look again at this mandatory reporting, especially coming from educators, and look a little deeper and what is behind this. As was mentioned before, of course, virtual visitation in many states has been a change, a requirement. Many states have been able to flip and do the virtual visitation right away, although there's still a concern about being unable to see children and youth in person and to assess child safety with the face-to-face visits. Virtual visitation also means that children and youth have been unable to be in physical contact with their family, with siblings, with caseworkers, and this seems to potentially be especially harmful to very young children, infants, and toddlers. Courts have also been suspended or have gone over to virtual visitation around the country, slowing the reunification process, the hearing process, termination of parental rights, and other permanency kinds of hearings. And of course, we're hearing that racial equity has become a large issue. As we know, the communities in which children of color live have been significantly impacted by COVID-19. They're significantly involved in child welfare prior to COVID-19, and this has just added another layer of disproportionality. And again, we're hearing this from young people currently in care who have aged out of care and parents who've been involved in the child welfare systems. I won't spend much time on this. As you can imagine, a number of states have had to cut their budgets, and they've significantly cut into their child welfare budgets. Some states have been able to offset that. For example, California, by putting in money specifically for older youth, transitional housing money. They developed a family urgent response system hotline, new money for homelessness. Other states, such as Colorado, use their coronavirus relief funds for a series of different kinds of programs that will help families in crisis and at risk. NCSL has also been tracking closely state legislation, of course, related to COVID-19 and child welfare. 19 bills in the 2020 session have been enacted in 14 states. We have online a database that you can go in and search legislation. Child welfare is one of the search tags or topics. We noted legislation assisting older youth transitioning from foster care in the District of Columbia. Some budget cuts. We also noted budget guidance and additional funding for child welfare in a number of states, including states putting coronavirus relief in their appropriation bills, and again, using the Federal CARES Act dollars to increase funding for human services and social services agencies. The other piece that I'll point out is some of the regulatory relief in states such as North Carolina and Pennsylvania. In other words, they've been able to waive some of the regulations around, for example, older youth transitioning. They've been able to waive some of the employment and educational requirements for them to get assistance during the pandemic. Additional responses have been executive orders released by governor's offices during the pandemic. A number of states released executive orders or agency directives to assist transitioning youth, or actually to suspend aging out during the pandemic and for a certain amount of time after the pandemic. Executive orders were also issued declaring child welfare and child protection as essential government functions that were to remain in operation during the pandemic. The federal government, and I think someone referred to this earlier, also released a series of letters to child welfare agency heads encouraging, for example, the child welfare agency work with the governor's office to get child welfare and child protection workers listed as level 1 essential workers so that they would qualify for funding for personal, for PPE, for example. They also asked the child welfare agencies to reach out to all young people that have been, that have transitioned out of care over the last couple of years, at least with a phone call, to ensure that they're all right, that they have housing, that they have the financial assistance that they need. that they have medical care that they need. And recently, this is not part of Family First, but this is something that I think going forward will be of interest. President Trump signed an executive order on child welfare on June 24th, and I understand this has not been done in a number of years, but it's quite interesting. And the highlights of the executive order include a requirement that data be collected to aid in sibling connections, that states also engage in expanding the number of foster homes, and there'll be a requirement, and I would assume this is a requirement back to the federal government, that states collect data on the number of available foster homes, on the foster parent retention rate, on the number of foster homes that are needed for children in care. And again, this is something that will aid with Family First, since the focus on Family First is in reducing congregate care and increasing the number of family foster homes available. There's going to be required a study of the implementation of the Multi-Ethnic Placement Act. There will be an assessment of current reasonable efforts in termination of parental rights to see how this is actually working in states and what the impact has been on children and families and on children's permanency. And it's possible the issue around drug-affected and substance use-affected parents not being able to complete their treatment within 15 of the, while their children are in care, within 15 of the most recent 22 months. This may have some impact there if states talk about how that's been impacting children and families in care and their reunification with their biological families. And the executive order also calls for metrics to track permanency outcomes in each state. And that's something that's upcoming. I don't believe there's been sort of the details behind that have not yet been released. These are just screenshots of NCSL's databases on our legislation that you're welcome to go in and check. We've also provided child welfare resources. We have resource guides for legislators, as well as a series of virtual meetings around the impact of COVID-19 on older youth in care, on foster and kinship care providers, on caseworkers, and on the system generally. And I was also asked to briefly give an overview of how states are looking at kinship care and relative care. And we talked a bit already about subsidized guardianship. These are all on our website. The links are at the end of my slide. We created these new tab pages. You can go in and click on a number of items, categories in which states are seeking to support kinship care providers. And you can click on each state and see the actual legislation or a link to the legislation and the citation to learn more. So federal, 35 states in the District of Columbia have a Title IV-E kinship guardianship assistance payment program, including Nevada. A number of states, 33 states, DC, includes Nevada, also provides state guardianship assistance that does not have all of the requirements of the federal Title IV-E kinship guardianship assistance. However, they will not be eligible for reimbursement through that federal funding stream. Another area that states are looking at to support kinship care providers is in the area of relative caregiver licensing, waivers, and variances. 39 states have statutes related to relative specific licensing provisions. Another 25 states have waivers of requirements that wouldn't impact the health, safety, or well-being of the child, but would make it easier or smoother for a relative or a grandparent to actually take on the care of a child. And again, in both of those categories, the state of Nevada has a state program and a Title IV-E specific program. I believe I heard this mentioned earlier as well. A number of states have expanded their definition of relative to include fictive kin. And these are people that don't necessarily have a blood relationship with the child, but maybe a neighbor, a teacher, a coach, or someone with whom that child has a relationship. But they would be eligible, for some type of assistance. And we captured the states there. We also captured relative notification requirements, that within 30 days of a child's placement in care, a relative or family member has to be notified that their child is in care and given an opportunity to become a kinship caregiver. a licensed caregiver. And we did we also looked at kinship care placement preference statutes. Another piece, 41 states and the District of Columbia have enacted educational or medical consent laws allowing kinship caregivers to enroll kids in school or to make health decisions for them. Again, a way to make it easier for relatives and grandparents to care for children. Relative standing in hearings, we wanted to know, and we looked at sort of what, how relatives can be involved in the child's hearings, their court hearings, and some of their permanency hearings. And most states allow relatives to be present. Some give them a standing or right to be a party, and others allow them to be present, to be heard and present testimony at a hearing. And just two examples, and this is my last slide, 2 examples of how states are looking at better supporting kinship caregivers. Allegheny County, Pennsylvania are employing what they're calling a kin first approach, and they've actually had quite a good outcomes over the past 20 years. They've reduced the numbers of children in congregate care. Non-relative placements have been reduced over 60%, and 65% of children in care are now placed with relatives. Their program focuses on adolescents, since they had quite a large number of adolescents in congregate or group care facilities. They develop leadership fellows, which are specially trained child welfare agency staff who are really trained in the impact on residential care and congregate care on the development of children, especially older children. They engage judges in this process. They ensure that relatives are paid the same as non-relatives. And they specifically work with one provider agency that provides specialized services and supports for kin. Everything from social events, respite care.
Now, I just want you to be aware, these are services that are not happening here in Nevada. This is just, somebody's doing a presentation. Okay.
Transportation legal clinics. Ohio has developed what they're calling their Permanency Incentive Program, which is a series of payments. They have a limit of 8 payments over something like 18 months. They're time limited, but they're incentives to ensure that the child's placement with a relative remains stable. They receive an initial payment to defray the costs of that initial placement of a child in the household. That can cover anything from beds or clothing or toys. Then they provide subsequent payments at 6 months intervals, again, to support the stability of the placement. And these payments are in addition to their TANF, or what they call their Ohio Works First cash assistance that a caregiver receives for the child. And I'm just going to leave you with our resource links on that last page. And here's our contact information for our child welfare staff. Needless to say, COVID-19 has states struggling struggling just to stay open and to operate the child welfare agency, to reach out to families, and certainly family first planning, which has so much potential to help families that have been impacted by COVID-19 and will continue to be impacted by COVID-19. We certainly encourage lawmakers to be very much involved in making sure this remains on the front burner with the child welfare agency, with the courts, with education, with law enforcement and the legal system, because there is a lot of potential for states to use family first to continue to benefit children and families in their communities. And please contact us for additional information. We'll be glad to prepare more research for you and find more examples of what states are doing, but states are struggling. Some states have been able to pivot during COVID-19, and they're actually looking now at ways to use some of the lessons learned to do child welfare differently. They do not want to go back to child welfare as usual. They've learned some lessons. Some of the virtual visitation has been better for families. They've been able to interface better with the courts. And there's some consideration with caseworkers, of course, going back to the face-to-face visits, but supplementing them with virtual visitation so that there's even more contact between children and biological families and their siblings and their caseworkers. And the race equity issue has now been highlighted across the nation in a number of states, and states are forming task forces and councils and COVID-19 work groups, and race equity work groups. I think I heard that mentioned, that you all might be interested as lawmakers in looking into. I thank you, and be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Ms. Williams and Megan, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long meeting. And as always, the National Conference of State Legislators, of course, has a wealth of information that's so helpful to us in our state. I have one or two quick questions. Members, any questions for Ms. Williams and Megan?
I don't have a question, but I would just like to thank Ms. Williams. I had the pleasure of being a part of Family First Summit this week. Thank you. It was amazing. I met some really great people, exchanged some really great information. So thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. We're glad you're there.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Earlier in the meeting, we heard from our state administrator and Division of Child and Family Services mentioned the collapse in reporting on abuse and neglect cases, and what are other jurisdictions or what you're hearing in terms of trying to make sure that kids and families that need help are getting it. We heard it from our one of our kids is asking delivery personnel to try to get some training. Wonder if there's any other innovative ideas other states are coming up with.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we definitely have heard this from a number of jurisdictions. It does seem to be happening across the country. They are trying I've heard some of the similar things that you talked about training and public awareness, and reaching out to the other stakeholders around the country. Also doing training with the lines that remain up that people seem to be reporting to. A number of states, Pennsylvania is one that has a plethora of these lines. They're called warm lines or 211 lines. They're not hotlines, but they were intended to connect families with services. And some states are going in and training them on issues related to identifying child abuse and neglect, especially around neglect and issues of poverty, and how to make that connection. So if families need those type of services, they can access them. Those are some of the things that we're hearing. I'm not sure, it is a great concern. And again, one of the things that is happening is that Chapin Hall is working with states to try and come up with a tool to not necessarily to predict, but to identify and assess whether this will become a huge problem for the child welfare workforce in this fall as schools do open up. And we do know that a number of states have had to cut some of the child welfare workforce because of the budget. There have been hiring freezes. So there may be an issue of capacity of workforce to take some of this on. So that's all I've heard. To see if there's anything else and get that back to you.
Thank you, really appreciate it. Members, unless you have any additional questions, we're going to move on now. Next item on our agenda, and thank you very much. We appreciate all the help from NCSL. Look, we'll next move on to item 11, public comment. I want to make sure I think we'll wait a little bit for broadcasting to make sure if there's anyone who'd like to make public comment. We appreciate your patience and your willingness to participate in the hearing.
Hi, this is Kelly Benson Gonzalez. Can I make public comment when you get a chance, or can you hear me?
Yeah.
Not sure.
You know, actually, if the members don't mind, you know, if we can just freeze for a minute and we'll stay on the agenda item, you know, and we'd love to have your comment now. And if you have any other comment, we can let you comment in public comment as well. Please go ahead, Ms. Benson Gonzalez.
Okay, this will be really quick. And I just want to say, and I think the prior presentation, but I just want to make clear that our presentation from Legal Aid was not to divert the program to a state program, but to remain and make eligible those Title 40 funds. And the problem with our statute right now is it's so restrictive, it's more restrictive than the federal government, and it prevents some of the kids from accessing guardianship because of the word option. Adoption not being an option is interpreted differently than that not being in the best interest of the child. So I just wanted to make that brief public comment, and that's all I wanted to say. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Vincent Gonzalez. We appreciate your advocacy, and Ms. Bortolan and everyone over at Legal Aid. Thank you for advocating for our children, and appreciate your suggestion on the legislation. Members, any questions for Ms. Vincent Gonzalez? I'm not seeing any. So now if I can turn it over to broadcasting, we'll move on to item 11, open it up for public comment. Anyone who'd like to make public comment, please proceed.
All right, caller with the last 3 digits of 653. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. Press *6 to unmute yourself. And you may begin. All right, that caller hung up. Caller with the last 3 digits of 695. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes once you begin. Please press #6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me? Just checking.
Yes.
Sorry.
I can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, I can
Thank
hear you, and other
Great.
members.
Perfect. This is Holly Wellborn, with Policy Director for the ACLU of Nevada. I apologize for that technical difficulty. I just quickly wanted to address some of the issues that arose with presenters on the AB 449 study. I want to provide a little bit of background and clarity on that bill and what the goals of this study are. I want to also recognize that the world has dramatically changed since I last testified before this committee in January. I'm incredibly sympathetic to the transitions at the Nevada Department of Corrections. We're facing transitions here at the ACLU of Nevada, and I know that there are impossible obstacles before all of us. And I do want to give some grace to Warden Hutchings and Warden Garrett. I had a very productive and positive conversation with Warden Garrett this past Monday, and also with Director Daniels yesterday, on the issues before you. Unfortunately, I haven't touched in with Warden Hutchings, but I do intend to after hearing the testimony today. But I do have to say that I'm shocked and disheartened by what we've heard concerning the girls that transitioned to out-of-state facilities. I emailed today, and I believe that the report that I emailed earlier today is part of the exhibit from January, and I will ensure that everyone had a chance to read our report again if you haven't received that information. But this project is the culmination of several years of negotiations, tours, studies on the issue of youth confinement of youth who are tried as adults, and how we place those individuals and what the best practices are for those individuals. So really, from our perspective, what our report showed is that Lovelock Correctional is not able to meet the full spectrum of care for the particularized needs of this particular population. That the small number of young women who are transferred to the adult system would have caused Florence LaCour to place those young women in an isolation unit, which presents incredible obstacles for programming for those young women, but that resorting to out-of-state placement presents incredible legal obstacles, gender discrimination issues, and I believe Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno is correct that if they are in fact in a private institution, that's in violation of recent law, and these young women will have to be transferred back to Nevada anyway. So what it boils down to is the cost. It's intended to assess what it would take to retain youth tried as adults in a juvenile institution. So what the study should bring is an assessment, like what Mr. Cervantes presented today. I thought that was quite good. I think we could get a lot more specific. And it sounds to me that what the committee needs at this point is some technical assistance, which we can work with partner organizations to provide. But I think it is abundantly clear from the testimony today that we need to act swiftly, not only as a matter of public policy, but as a matter of law. So, with that, I just want to make sure that is clear on the record, that we really understand what's going on and what the goals of AB 449 are, and, sort of set the reset button and recommit to moving forward on this issue because, we have a lot of liability issues here, and the meaningful rehabilitation of youth is at stake. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the public comment. And I, like the vice chair, was very surprised to hear that. I look forward to getting that information and for us to be moving forward on this issue in a positive direction. And hopefully we'll get more information from Nevada Department of Corrections very soon. The whole committee. Broadcasting, is there anyone else who wishes to make public comment?
Mr. Chair, that was the last participant in public comment.
Thank you. Well, we come to the conclusion of the meeting today. I want to thank all the members. I want to especially thank the staff, broadcasting, Mr. Guinan, Ms. Wilson, our committee council, and everyone that has worked so hard to make this meeting happen. It's not easy with the virtual meetings and with Wi-Fi going in and out. These are incredibly important issues that we're addressing. And I believe we will be having one more meeting before we move on to the regular session. And that date, there are a couple of dates we're looking at, and we're going to be asking members to work best with everyone's schedule. And unless the members have any other comments they'd like to make. Well, thank you to all to the staff.
Okay, that's the end of that committee meeting. And so wasn't that all interesting? It was truly interesting simply because Nevada doesn't seem to have a plan on educating those children who are in juvenile facilities. So anyways, I'm gonna quickly save this so that I can upload it. And then I'm gonna have a conversation about what's going on, what's really going on.